And they're off in the Wednesday opener. A little bit of a stutter step start there for Melissa's Smile. And again, getting left in the gate was Our Fantasy. Our Fantasy, the favorite, spots them a half a dozen lengths. Up front, Saloon Girl from her outside draw has crossed and finally just does clear. But K-Barkoa and True Destiny had to step on the brakes a little bit. They'll keep the rail position and move up inside of Saloon Girl. Back in third, a length and a half back is Amy's Link. Two more to Melissa's Smile. Then Stay Home Mama and Our Fantasy. On the board at 1 to 9 is going to have to make up 10 lengths to win the opener. Up front, it's Saloon Girl. Inside now, True Destiny ratchets up the pressure, and to the outside, Amy's Link. They're three across the track. They went 25 and 2 for the opening quarter. The duo of Melissa Smile and Stay Home Mama are back in fourth and fifth, about 5 from the front. A 50 half. The trailer is Our Fantasy, but she begins to stir at the back of the pack. Saloon Girl has put away True Destiny for now. Amy's Link still there, hounding her as they make their way around the Finger Lakes far turn. It's Saloon Girl. Amy's Link just put her head in front. True Destiny trying to re-rally. Then Stay Home Mama, Melissa Smile, and Our Fantasies trying to rev up from the back. Amy's Link, 115 for three quarters. She just put her head in front of Saloon Girl. True Destiny re-rallies, and from the back, Our Fantasy is rolling now. Here's Our Fantasy and Kevin Navarro right down the center. It's deja vu all over again. From last to first, Our Fantasy just struck the lead. True Destiny's in second. A late rally from Stay Home Mama. Our Fantasy, wow. She got left in the gate, and she won it by 5. Then it was True Fantasy. True Destiny race offers our first pick 3 of the day. No changes in the second. Race 3, scratch to 5, Pompous Prince. And in race 4, there are no changes. And they're off. Off a beat slow there was the one Weekend at Jimmy's. For the lead, it's Indian Penny. To her inside is Saratoga Smoke Show, trying to recover from the early miscue as Weekend to Jimmy. She rushes up the rail along with Frankie C. They're 4 across the track into the first turn, with Jovio and Ain't No Lady taking back. They're respectively 5th and 6th as the field makes their way around the first turn. Speed duel developing here. Weekend to Jimmy's and Kevin Navarro taking it to Frankie C. and Jeremiah Flores. They went the opening quarter in a sharp 24 and 2. Then we come back to Saratoga Smoke Show, who's 3 deep. Indian Penny, 4 wide. A length and a half, 2 lengths back to the duo of Jovio and Ain't No Lady. Up the back stretch, it's still Weekend at Jimmy's and Frankie C going at it. They're joined by Saratoga Smoke Show. 3 across the track with Indian Penny back and forth, ready to roll through a 49 and 3 half. Then we come back to Ain't No Lady and Jovio, 6 lengths from front to back as the field makes their way to the far turn. Weekend at Jimmy's has called it a day. It's down to Frankie C and Saratoga Smoke Show right now. These two are going at it. Up the inside comes Jovio. Jovio with a fresh rally. Just went past Indian Penny to the outsides. Ain't No Lady. 3 quarters and 117. They're about to spin off the turn and into the stretch. It's still Frankie C and Saratoga Smoke Show. The Gray Philly Saratoga Smoke Show just put her head in front. Keep an eye on Jovio. Jovio with a fresh challenge down the center, and Jovio just took the lead away from Saratoga Smoke Show. It's Jovio in the center of the track, just past the 8th pole and coming to the 16th pole now. Jovio begins to lengthen stride, and she's 3 in front of Saratoga Smoke Show. It's all Jovio coming down to the line. Jovio going to break her maiden by 4. Then Saratoga Smoke Show, Ain't No Lady. Frankie C rounds out the super in 152. 5-3, 37.80. 50-cent try, 5-3-6, $50 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 5-3-6 to $32.60. Race number. They're in the gate. And they're off from the outside. Saratoga Banker immediately to the lead, and K-Barkoa and Saratoga Banker quickly establish a length and a half lead. Now, rushing up, here comes New York Anthem. He went outside, John Davila did, and he's going to take the fight to Saratoga Banker. It's about a half a dozen lengths back to Royal Suspect, and then a length and a half more to Brother Jeremiah. That's the 4 of them as they head to the far turn. 22 and 4 the opening quarter. Saratoga Banker and New York Anthem. They have about 8 lengths on Royal Suspect and Brother Jeremiah. These two continue to go at it midway on the far turn. Saratoga Bankers inside. Outside is New York Anthem. They're heading to the top of the stretch, and they still have 8 lengths on Brother Jeremiah and Royal Suspect through a 45 and 4 half-mile time here. Saratoga Banker trying to fend off New York Anthem to his outside. New York Anthem starting to do the better work. Up the inside, here comes Brother Jeremiah in with a fighting chance. The 2 speedballs are weakened here. Brother Jeremiah trying to run them down, but it's New York Anthem and Saratoga Banker. Brother Jeremiah, New York Anthem. $2 double 5-2, $20.40. $2 exact at 2-3, $14.80. $2 exact at 2-4, $3.70. Remember, they're in the gate and they're off. From between horses, there goes Jinsu Warrior. To his inside is Max Foster. These two have a length and a half on Jitter Juice, who's outside in third. Old Point stays inside in fourth. He's about 4 lengths from the lead. Then we come back to Anything Passable. And the trailer, about 10 lengths from the front, is Akduliba. Max Foster trying to put some pressure on Jinsu Warrior from the inside. Jinsu Warrior maintains a neck lead. Max Foster chases from the inside again in second. Then we come back to Jitter Juice, who's moved up a spot. He's a half length in front of Old Point, now ahead in front of Old Point. Then we come back to Anything Passable, and another 5 more to Akduliba, who's at the back, 24 and 1. Pretty quick opening quarter there as Jinsu Warrior goes on with it. Jinsu Warrior by 2. Max Foster trying to keep up in second. Then we come back to Old Point. The favorite Jitter Juice is backpedaling already. Anything Possible's moved into 4th. Akduliba's moved into 5th. And Jitter Juice has nothing at the back. 48 flat for the half-mile time. Moving right along is Jinsu Warrior. Max Foster trying to hang in there. Old Point set to rally. Anything Passable as well. And now Akduliba between horses set to roll 1:13 and 2 for 3/4. It's still Jinsu Warrior. Jinsu Warrior is taking on all challengers. Max Foster still there at the rail. Akduliba down the center, gobbling up ground. Akduliba just struck the lead. He took it away from Jinsu Warrior down the center. Anything Passable coming after the leader. It's Anything Passable with the bigger strides, and Anything Passable going to try and nail Akduliba. Akduliba and Anything Passable. That got really, really tight at the end. $2 double 2-6, 50-50. $2 exact to 6-5, 97 even. 50-cent try, 6-5-2, 171 even. 50-cent, 10-cent super, 6-5, 2-1. And they're off. From between, there's Georgie's Ladies for the lead. To her outside is Laughter, then rushing up along the rail. Here's Lana Likes Choo-Choos. And Lana Likes Choo-Choos takes the lead away from Georgie's Ladies. 3 wide, that's Laughter. 4 deep is Motley Sue. Hugging the rail in 5th, about 5 lengths from the lead, is True Martini. The trailer is Strange Fruit. Lana Likes Choo-Choos, a length. They're 3 across the track. Georgie's Ladies, Laughter, Motley Sue through a quick opening quarter, 22 and 1. It's about 6 lengths back to Strange Fruit, who's out of last. And now the trailer is True Martini. The leader still Lana Likes Choo-Choos. Lana Likes Choo-Choos. Georgie's Ladies on the attack. 3 deep. Motley Sue as Laughter backs out of there. Strange Fruit keeps coming through a 46 and 4 half. Lana Likes Choo-Choos trying to fend off Georgie's Ladies. Down the center is Motley Sue. Laughter looking for more along the inside, and Strange Fruit's down the center. Lana Likes Choo-Choos almost home. She has Strange Fruit barreling down at her, and Laughter. Lana Likes Choo-Choos. Lana Likes Choo-Choos. $2 double 6-1, 91.50. $2 exact at 1-3, 61.50. 50-cent try, 135, $114.12. 10-cent super, 1-3. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between, there's Pop Coyer for the lead. And Kevin Navarro puts Pop Coyer on the front end. Dr. Settle's Dream along the inside second. To the outside there in third is Gold Templar. About 2.5 lengths from the lead in 4th is Union Navy. And it's about 6 more back to the big favorite, Eric Ridge, who's allowed to trail the field early. Dr. Settle's Dream from the inside draw, a narrow advantage over Pop Coyer. And we come back to the duo of Gold Templar, who's outside of Union Navy through an opening quarter and a sensible 23 and 3. and it's about 5 lengths back to Eric Ridge, who's starting to get underway. Jackie Davis starting to motivate the favorite. He's within a half dozen of the leader. The leader is still Dr. Settle's Dream. Pop Coyer to the attack. Union Navy up the inside, 4 wide. Here comes Eric Ridge as Gold Templar backpedals through a 47 and 2/2. Off the turn and into the stretch. Dr. Settle's Dream. Pop Coyer have been going at it. Here's Eric Ridge down the center. Pop Coyer just grabbed the lead away from Dr. Settle's Dream. Gonna have to deal with Eric Ridge. Pop Coyer, Eric Ridge going the better, and Eric Ridge in the shadow of the wire nails Pop Coyer by a neck. 631, $5 and a nickel, 10-cent super, 6315, $2.26. Race 7's up next. Kicks off the late double. Scratch to. And they're off. Off a beat slow there was our first lady. To the front goes Mommy Joe Dreams. Cozy Magic to the inside in second. Then the favorite Central Front settles in about 3 lengths from the lead in third. To her inside is Glory Bound Clara, and after the early miscue, taken to the center of the course, is our first lady. Mommy Joe Dreams. A length and a half in front. Now a length. As Cozy Magic creeps a little closer in between, there's Glory Bound Clara, 4 wide, the favorite Central Front. Our first lady trails. Easy opening quarter there in 24 and 4. Mommy Joe Dreams. Cozy Magic starts to ratchet up the pressure. Central Front has lost a length or 2. She's still in third. To her inside is Glory Bound Clara trying to make up some ground, and nothing yet. At the back from our first lady, off the turn and into the stretch, it's Mommy Joe Dreams through a half in 48 and 2. Mommy Joe Dreams going to try to sprint away now inside the 8th pole. Cozy Magic with dead aim on her. Mommy Joe Dreams is almost home. Cozy Magic tries it one more time, but coming to deep stretch. Mommy Joe Dreams, flag fall. That's all, length and 3/4. Then Cozy Magic, Central. $2 exacta, 1-2, $13.80. 50-cent try, 126, $5.40. 10-cent super, 1-2-6-4, $2.06. And they're off in the nightcap all the way to a perfect beginning. From the rail, here comes Nutsy to grab the lead early. It's Nutsy a half length. Between horses, there's Smooth Tails in second. Then we come outside to Cody's Express, who just went past Smooth Tails. The gray is Angelic Mission. 5 deep is Massey Hall, as Uncle Milty lets them battle it out. Under a drive is Nutsy to hold off Cody's Express through a quick first quarter of 22 and 4. 3 deep and ready to strike is Massey Hall. Smooth Tails looks for somewhere to go. He finds his way to the inside. Then we come back to Angelic Mission and far back to Uncle Milty. Off the turn, into the stretch, Nutsy trying to see it through. Half, 46 and 4. Nutsy's there by a length. Down the center, here's Massey Hall splitting rivals. There's Smooth Tails. He finally found room, and Smooth Tails busts through. Jackie and Smooth Tails trying to gun down Nutsy and A-Rod. It's Nutsy and Smooth Tails, Nutsy and A-Rod. Nutsy held on. It looks like Nutsy held. $55 and Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to a fantastic Monday afternoon here in Farmington. It's a beautiful day. You two could not have said it better themselves. It really is a beautiful day here at Finger Lakes. Temperature in the mid-70s. Track is fast. We have a pick six carryover that starts in race 3 of $12,462. We have a couple of stakes races coming your way. If you need past performances, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. They're there each and every racing day. If you are a DRF member, head to drf.com, and you have free Finger Lakes PPs for today to get involved in that carryover. Here are the changes for today's races. In the first, early pick 4 begins in the opener. Scratch the 6, Watermelon Crush. Race 1, scratch the 6, Watermelon Crush. Race number 2 kicks off our first pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch the 5, Perno. Race 2, scratch the 5, Perno. And the 7, Bet the Palace, is 2 pounds over. Those changes in race 2. Race 3 is the $50,000 Niagara Stakes. The $1 pick 6 begins with that carryover of $12,462. The 2, Dreamery, is 3 pounds over. The 3, Sevens Up, is 5 pounds over. The 4, Love Thyself, is 1 pound over. And the 5, Dorth Soul Dancer, is 1 pound over. And you can scratch the 6, 1,000 plans. Race 3, scratch the 6, 1,000 plans. It's the $50,000 Niagara Stakes, and it starts today's $1 pick 6 with the carryover of $12,462. Race 4, the pick 5 begins in the 4th. Scratch the 1A, Money Making Kaz. Scratch the 1A. A rider change for the 1, Lucky Mucho Man, to Jackie Davis. Jackie Davis rides the 1. And an additional workout for the number 2, Central Love, here at Finger Lakes on June 19th. Central Love went 3 furlongs and 39 breezing. That additional work for the number 2 in race 4, the start of today's pick 5. The late pick 4 starts in the 5th. It's the $50,000 Ontario County Stakes. The 1, Smile Takes Charge, is 1 pound over. The 2, Stars and Stones, is 1 pound over. And the 5, Alfgar, is 3 pounds over. Those overweights in race 5, the start of the pick 4. It's the $50,000 Ontario County Stakes. Race 6 kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. An overweight for the 4, Blue Eyed Warrior, 2 pounds over. Scratch the 8, Tamaki, and the 9, Midnight Empress. In race 6, scratch the 8, Tamaki, and the 9, Midnight Empress. Race 7 kicks off the late double. Scratch the 3, I Got Busted. The 7, Mortgage Rate, and the 8, Free Folk. Again in race 7, scratch the 3, I Got Busted, the 7, Mortgage Rate, and the 8, Free Folk. And in the finale, race number 8, the number 2, Halloway, is 3 pounds over. Fast track, beautiful day, breezy, partly sunny, right around 72 degrees. Couple of stakes, the Niagara in the 3rd, the Ontario County in the 5th. A pick 6 carryover that starts in the 3rd of $12,462. If you are in shouting distance, come on out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack this afternoon. Post time for the opener. A little less than an hour away at 1:15 p.m. Coming up next, the magnificent Monday edition of Takes from the Lakes with my main man, Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. Hopefully the weather stays nice out there. It was a little windy last night through this morning. Kind of missed us with the real big rain that we were supposed to get and the thunderstorm. So it wasn't that bad. So we end up with a fast racetrack. We got all the wind, just not all the precipitation or the rain. Big day today, so we got 2 stakes events. It is for the New York bred 3-year-olds. Got the Ontario County Stakes for the boys and the Niagara Stakes for the girls. I mean, look it over real quick. Yeah, Sweet Brown Sugar, she looks awfully tough. And obviously I'm not going to pick against her today. She's probably going to be a short price. And then you got the boys. Looks to be, you can narrow that one down too, the Ontario County Stakes to a couple horses. Mischief Joke's going to be the big favorite. Stars and Stones, probably the best shot to upset that one. Got Hey Hey Harry, who's got some credentials in there too. Little more competitive, but Mischief Joke probably going to be a favorite for Mike Maker. Still a couple good races today. Our stakes events. Usually they used to run the Ontario County Stakes as a prep race for the New York Derby. That's not that far away coming up. Yeah, that'll be our next stakes race, I believe, is the New York Derby later in July. Well, yeah, summer's going quick already. July 4th is upcoming. It's a little over a week, next Thursday. So we're going to alter our schedule a little bit, and so we can run on the Thursday, the 4th of July. We're going to dedicate it to one of the best New York breds ever. I mean, the horse won the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness. You don't see New York breds doing that. Talking about Funny Side, one of the biggest days we've ever had here, well, was the biggest day we ever had here since I worked here, was Funny Side Day when he ran in, I think it was the Wadsworth. I think we changed the purse money to attract Funny Side. We'd have over 15,000 people on the racing side for Funny Side Day. What a great day. We are going to dedicate the day, and we're going to give away free t-shirts while the supplies last. Probably will go quick. Jose Santos is going to be here, the jockey that rode Funny Side during that Triple Crown run. Yeah, what a career he had. A very popular jockey back in the day. Also, of course, it's July 4th, dedicated to America, Independence Day. Yeah, we'll have a chicken barbecue, all the 4th of July festivities right here at Finger Lakes. Best place to come on your holidays. Watch some live racing, have a chicken barbecue, and dedicate to Funny Side and, of course, our country's independence. We do have a little bit of a carryover in our pick 6, over $12,000. That starts in race 3. You know, the pool building up there. It's going to go today, but maybe a chance to get a couple prices in there. Might pay a little bit. That extra money kind of beefs it up. It's a $1 minimum wager started in race number 3. First race, a 5,000 maiden claimer, going 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, looking over this, look at a couple things. Number one, it's only 5.5 furlongs. Speed matters. Speed mattered, early last week. On Monday, speed was pretty good. See if, did kind of even out, even had more closers, more tiring on Wednesday. But Go Get the Bag's got credentials anyway. Here's a horse that was running against maiden special weights in the summer of last year. Dropped to 5,000 at the end of last year. Maybe tailing off a little bit. And now comes back at the bottom level, same price, in for the waiver. We've seen Barra win with these off the layoff. First time gelded. To add to that, that's usually a positive with some of these horses. And yeah, Andre Worry also opts to ride this one over my second choice, Rebel Jackson. A lot to like with Go Get the Bag. The only thing to worry about is the layoff. I think that's the only concern. Looks to be awfully tough in here. And right now, not getting the early play. It looks like the Colorado bred is getting the action. Somebody out in Denver or something playing that one. Rebel Jackson was my second choice. Comes out of a race. It wasn't a great race, but one of the things you could say, the horse that ran second, won with everything, was off a step slow, but was absolutely lone speed. And this one had to push a little bit more than he normally would to stay within range. And with won with everything. It was right there. They were bouncing around at the end. It was a little tight for the horse that was, and who's it that ended up, who's it won? A Big Hutchie won the race. It was a little tight on coming up the inside. I mean, it wasn't a good race, I'll say that, but it was his first race over the track and first experience competing on the dirt, and actually did pretty well considering. So this is a horse that's got some room to improve. Obviously, Worry opted to go get the bag. Can't blame him there. I mean, that one's got all kinds of credentials. But what a start to the season Ronnie Breed Jr. has had. I think he's third in the trainer standing, something like that. Man, outstanding season he's having already. Gonna go with this one second. Tis Big Money. That was the stablemate of Big Hutchie that won that race against Rebel Jackson. A Colorado bred. I don't know if any more Colorado breds that we have here. Did seem to improve in his second start. And if you watch the race, it's a little try. He wasn't going to beat Drinking Solo, but he would have been closer. They were rallying together as the speed was tiring, and Drinking Solo was outside of him. They were close in the middle of the track, and he ended up being in the middle between the two as they got to the speed horse. And I think he kind of shied away a little bit, being in between horses like that. He still got up for second, but it looked like it ruined his momentum a little bit. Maybe, so what did he lose by? 3.5, probably would have lost by a length and a half. So, but it did matter as far as him being closer. And the big thing was it was an improved effort for Tis Big Money. But Drinking Solo was much the best. There wasn't anything else in there. It all depends here how good Go Get the Bag is off the layoff, because they're all going to be chasing that one if he runs his race. 2-7-3 for me in the first. Second race at 11-9, Maiden Claimer, going 5.5. We scratched the 5 Perno, and to let you know that was going to be my top choice in race number 2. The horse looked awfully tough in here as the speed. Interesting now, when you take that one out, there isn't a lot of speed in here. The reason I liked Perno was because there wasn't any speed in here. Now, man, you look over, who's the speed? It looks to be the 6, Peanut Butter Toast. Could have the front ended here. You just want him to be on the front line anyway, because he looks better than these rivals dropping 11-9. One of the things I say he's dropping, but if you look at the entire field, including Perno was scratched, they're all dropping. Every single horse that's left in this race all ran in maiden special weights in their most recent start. So they're all moving to 11-9. You can't even consider this an 11-9 maiden claimer just because they're all maiden special weight horses. So I'm not going to consider any of them dropping. I mean, you got to say that. Well, Peanut Butter Toast opposite drop here, but it's not really a drop because this is just as tough a field. Now, he did have a slow start, didn't have a good trip last time. It was his first race off the layoff. A lot to move forward from that race. I'm not going to draw a line through it. But the big thing for me is the absolute lack of pace in here with the scratch of Permo. The only other one with speed is the inside horse, the rail horse, the one Central Station. Not sure if he's going to try to use that speed early. He hasn't shown as much coming out this year as he did last year. Talk about Central Station. I mean, he's got some natural speed, some tactical speed, and he's got the rail. So he may make it tougher for, Peanut Butter Toast, or maybe at least to hold the rail. I see. There's not a lot of speed in here, though. That's why I thought Perno would make the lead pretty easily. But now Peanut Butter Toast could be the speed. Like I said, the other one might be Central Station to have a little speed. But I think that's all Peanut Butter Toast needs, is to get out there, get to the lead, or at least be on the front line, and he's going to be tough. I use Bet the Palace for second. He's going to add blinkers. But, his form's not as bad as it looks. I mean, you look at on paper, he had 2 starts as a 2-year-old, didn't run badly. Ran a good second, then a third against the special weight 2-year-olds. This year, he's had excuses. I mean, the first start of the year was going 4.5 furlongs against Stewie. Stewie's a real good speedball. That one came back to be a really good allowance field, shooting out to the front end. So no shame. 4.5 furlongs against Stewie, you're chasing. That's not your distance. Didn't fire. Next start was going a route. Maybe this horse didn't want to go long. I mean, he didn't really have a big excuse. A little bit wide, but it was a short field, and he was up close to a slow pace. Maybe he just doesn't want to go long. Cuts back in distance. First time at 11-9. Of course, again, it's an easier race than the last time he was going short, going 4.5. So I thought there was a lot to like with Bet the Palace. I used the horse second in here, so I'm going to go with the 6-7-4. Tyrannosaurus Rex hasn't been getting out of the gate. You'd like him a little more going 6 furlongs, and you'd like him a little more if there was some pace in here. Again, finally drops the 11-9. He's very competitive against special weights, but it's a pretty tough 11-9 considering they all ran for special weights in their last start. I think they're hurrying me along here, getting to the stakes race. Scratch the 6 1,000 plans. Now, when you first look at the Niagara Stakes, it's a 3-year-old filly race we run every year. It's for New York breds. Usually have some good ones come through this one. Sometimes they've run faster than the boys. And I have a feeling there's a chance that that can happen today. She doesn't need to, though. That's the thing. She could probably just win by 7-8 lengths and then just kind of range down late. I don't know. I mean, on paper, you're looking at less than a $3 exacta with Sweet Brown Sugar and Dorth Soul Dancer. Maybe you could try to get one of these other maidens to beat Dorth Soul Dancer. But that's the other thing. You got 3 horses that are maidens. One of them just ran for 5,000, or just say 2 of them are maidens. The other one, Love Thyself, just won for 5,000. It was a 5,000 maiden. Now she's going in a stakes race. It's pretty ambitious, but not a bad move, because once you get past Sweet Brown Sugar and Dorth Soul Dancer, any of the 3 could probably get third. You're running against 2 maidens, so yeah. I mean, if you're playing trifectas, probably go 1-5 all. I don't know. He probably not win anything. I can't see them beating Sweet Brown Sugar. I can see Sweet Brown Sugar actually getting off a step slow and still beating this field, despite being a speed horse. If she breaks well, she's going to get out there and probably doesn't even need to be asked by Jeremiah Flores to win this one. I don't see any vulnerabilities with Sweet Brown Sugar in here. She just won the Eastview Stakes. She's been phenomenal anyway, and now she catches a really soft group in this race. It's not much better than a maiden special weight or an average 2 lifetimes. So she should win race number 3. I can't find a reason to go against her. The Dorth Soul Dancer, I wasn't that impressed with her last race. The horse that won was a pretty decent one. That one did come back to win her next start. And one thing you say about Dorth Soul Dancer in her 2 starts since arriving back at Finger Lakes this year, every single horse that's beaten her has won their next start. Both the top 2 finishers, when she finished 3rd back in May, both came back to win, and that was a good race. My Bronx Baby won the race, and then last race, of course, Blaze Edition, she came back to win. So one thing you say, so at least every horse that's beaten her has won their next start, makes her look better. So there's some things to like with Dorth Soul Dancer for second anyway, that you might be looking at a very cold exact. At least with 1,000 plans, at least you could go 1 with 5-6, 1 with 6-5 for your trifecta. It's going to be tough to make a try that I didn't even try. How's that? I'm just going 1-5. Pretty confidently going 1-5 in the stakes race. The next one's, the 5th race is a little more competitive for the Ontario County Stakes, but that one looks like it's pretty much a public work. 4th race at 11-9, never won 3 condition going 6 furlongs. Scratch the 1A money making cash. Now this one's competitive. This was a really tough race. I even got some prices morning line in race number 4. I mean, from top to bottom, the numbers match up pretty well. I'm actually taking a horse coming up in class. I mean, granted, he wasn't for sale in his last start. He was in for the waiver claim. Talking about Superb Surprise. And he didn't beat anything, let's face it. There was a question of the layoff. He's basically an allowance or an upper 11-9 horse anyway. And there was a question of the layoff and why he was even in for 5,000. It was just to give him a race, but he was so much better than those bottom claimers. He caught a really weak group. I mean, Tater and Tot was the only one that showed anything in that field, and Tater and Tot was second. So he didn't beat anything, but he did it in a decent time for the day, especially for 5,000. That time, that race, is good enough to beat the 11 and 9s. Should be. So you would expect him to move forward from the race. The fact that they put him in for 5 for the waiver claim means that they're giving him a race to sharpen him up. First start off the layoff, that he's going to be sharper his second start. That's the logic anyway. So he's going to be better this race. And if he ran good enough that race to beat, when I say to beat the higher claimers, 11 and 9s, shouldn't he win this one? He's not that much better than him, but I think he's got a good chance at odds of 6-1 morning line. Flash Kiss is the favorite. Can't fault anybody for playing this one. He's got some class. It's a slight drop from what he was facing in New York, although the last 2 starts haven't been as good for Flash Kiss. He broke his maiden going a mile, so you got to wonder, does this one want to go long more than he wants to go short? Because his best race was going long. They paid $175,000 for this horse as a 2-year-old. I'm still trying to figure out why. But it is a Florida bred. Again, 6 furlongs shouldn't be a problem for Flash Kiss. He just might be better than these horses. I had to use him second, though. An interesting one is Golden Them Hills. He's 10-1 morning line, and he could be the speed inside of New York Riesling. I expect those 2 to be the 2 speeds in the 4th. If he's able to get the jump on New York Riesling, he's going to be tough. Keep in mind, he chased after Sacramento and Sharpaz last time. Those 2 horses are pretty good. Either one of those 2 would easily beat this field. So and he hung in there pretty well. He actually made a nice move in that race that you got to consider Golden Them Hills. If New York Riesling wasn't in this race, I would be compelled to almost take him on top in here at odds of 10-1. I just think New York Riesling being in here and probably being aggressive may hurt the chances of Golden Them Hills. Central Love, I'm going to be use 4th. I mean, he's a little dressed up in that race. I mean, they all kind of followed the leader. It was a slow pace. Escape Mission was technically the main speed. It was a good ride on Old Point to put him in the race, but they went ridiculously slow. And Central Love was just close up to a very slow pace and ran 3rd. Now, can he move forward from that race? Yeah. Did he run badly? No, he didn't run badly at all. Nobody else was going to make any move in there. They were walking up front, but nobody was going to pass him either. So, to me, he just kind of ran evenly. It was a good race, not a great race. He draws the rail. David Iola is a really good trainer. 3rd start off the lab. There's some things to like with Central Love, just simply getting a trip in here. And maybe the trip could be good enough to get him up to get the win. I mean, if Golden Hills and New York Riesling go at it, he's going to get that trip right up the inside, right in behind. And that should help. That starts the pick 5. Remember, the pick 6 starts in the 3rd. Over $12,000 in the carryover pool. Probably goes today. So you want to get in on that. 5th race is our co-feature, the Ontario County Stakes. $50,000 for New York breds. One thing, you also want to mention, and I'm going to talk about it in here with my 3rd choice. These stakes races, especially these 3-year-old ones, you want to look at a little more here at Finger Lakes. It's a non-LASIK stakes. A lot of the 2-year-olds here when they started out did not run with LASIKs. Some of them come up and run first-time LASIKs and add LASIKs as a 3-year-old. So, and some of them never ran without it if they started out as 3-year-olds this year. So that's something to keep an eye on, actually throughout the season. I'm going to mention in this race because you got Mischief Joke, Smile Takes Charge, who Smile Takes Charge hasn't run as a 3-year-old yet, has experience running without LASIKs, and has always run without LASIKs. Mischief Joke, all experience running without LASIKs, ran as a 2-year-old and then as a 3-year-old. That's going to be an advantage over a horse that's going to be another favorite, Stars and Stones. Never raced without LASIKs because he started off his career this year. So will that be an issue? Could be, if he doesn't have the experience running without, running without. It's a change. Those are the 2 that I like, though. I mean, Mischief Joke and Stars and Stone look like the main 2 rivals in this race. Obviously, Mischief Joke's got some class. He ran here in the New York Breeders' Futurity as a 2-year-old and ran a respectable 3rd that day. I mean, Manny Franco came to ride the horse. And Mike Baker's done well in these in all the stakes races that he's running here at Finger Lakes. He does well everywhere. But this one won the Regal Park Stakes. I believe it was a New York bred stakes in New York against restricted 3-year-olds. He did do it on a sloppy racetrack, but he followed it up with a good second in the Damon Runyon. Just did not run well at all in the Mike Lee Stakes, but of course that was in the slot. Of course, he should like the off track if he won the other stake on the off track. He's got speed, so you know he's going to be out there probably on the flank of Stars and Stones, who I thought was a speed, and that might be the race right there. I think Benji Brown's too far out there to use his speed to get to the front end. That Stars and Stones will probably have it, but Mischief Joke's got to be right there with him. So that's where the race can Andre Worry wear that one down from there and get the win. I got those two 1-2. Again, a little class edge for Mischief Joke, experience, and also experience running without Lasix. And there's some breeding in there. The dam was a foal to a graded stakes winner, so a lot to like on Mischief Joke. Stars and Stones, I'm going to be honest, I didn't really like his last race. He did go pretty quick, but I thought he should have held off Uncle George. He had no excuse to not hold that rival off. So Busted Stones, he should have liked the moisture in the track. Uncle George is okay. He put up a decent number, but I still thought Stars and Stones should have won that race. I think he's going to have to run better to beat Mischief Joke in this race. It is his 4th career start, so there is room to improve off of that race. He looked good winning the race before, but he had everything his own way. He's dangerous if they leave him alone on the front end. The other horse I use, and I'm talking about the history without Lasix, Smile Takes Charge, has had 3 starts as a 2-year-old, and he'll be making his first start of the year. This is usually a tough spot to make your first start. But once you get past Mischief Joke and Stars and Stones, Alfgard is still a maiden. Benji Brown probably wants to go longer and needs an off track. Hey Hey Harry's the other one that looked like he had some credentials. He's turning back in distance, though. And, of course, the dam was all turf. That's an interesting one, because the dam was all turf, and then you got Bustin' Stones as the sire. Okay, a couple Bustin' Stones in there. I'm looking at the one, Smile Takes Charge. But, you got the Drosselmeyer Smile in there. We had all those the Smile horses that all were stakes horses. Ran at Saratoga in the Belmont Aqueduct meet. Didn't fire at all in either one of those races. Added blinkers in the second one. Came here with the blinkers. And here's the thing. First race over the track looked really good. Maybe there's some other excuses in New York for not firing at all. Obviously, there were better 2-year-olds. But you got to like the race that he ran here. Went 112, which was pretty decent at that time of year for a 2-year-old. Keep in mind, after we resurfaced the racetrack last fall, the times were relatively slow for the rest of the year. So for this horse to go 112 as a 2-year-old, keep in mind, in a maiden special weight, it was a pretty fast time. It was comparable to the rest of the day. 2-year-olds aren't as fast as our older horses here at Finger Lakes in those maiden special weights. They're kind of running numbers similar to 5,000. So that was a good race for Smile Takes Charge. So I think this horse might have a little bit of talent. The only drawback is it is his first start of the year, and you're running in a stakes race. Again, but the good thing is, first start as a 3-year-old, he's got that experience without Lasix. More competitive race. I went with a 3, 2, and 1. Hey Hey Harry's adding blinkers. Could be tough. Benji Brown. That's out of Miss Ruby Cubes. Remember how good Miss Ruby Cubes was during the day. She was good going long. Okay, 6th race. Scratch the 8. Tamaki, or Tamaki. You say Tamaki, I say Tamako. Either way, we're calling that one out. Scratch that one. Scratch the 9, Win Midnight Express. We'll start the late pick 3 with race number 6. All right, Special Pals, the speed on the inside. Question is, does that one need a race? Dulce Veloce shouldn't be that far behind her that she could chase her down. Yeah, this is kind of an aggressive move for Dulce Veloce. She's only had 2 starts over the track, and instead of going into an allowance race off of the maiden special weight win, She's going in for a tag. Now, 11 to 9's off of a special weight. It's not any easier than the maiden special weight. It's just easier than the 2 lifetime allowance. So, is that kind of a sign that they don't think as much about this horse to not put her in an allowance race? Or, they put her in the right spots. And this looks like it's a good spot for her and a spot that she should win off of the special weight win. It's an aggressive move in a sense because she doesn't go in against allowance horses. But you're in against a tough one. A Special Pal runs her race. I mean, which Special Pal is going to show up is the big question. I mean, she's the speed from the rail. She'll have the lead. And we've seen these types win for Chris Engelhardt. It was the one the other day that just won off of the layoff and was questionable, but was a speed. The other thing is, her last 2 races aren't as good. One of the excuses you could put on her is both those races were on off tracks. Is that excuse, or is it just races where maybe she needs the lead? She won without getting the lead when she broke her maiden, but there isn't a lot of speed outside of her that she could be tough in here. I ended up using her third because I didn't know what to expect. She's probably one of those win or get nothing horses. I threw in Blue Eyed Warrior for second. I liked her a little bit last time. I thought she should have won. And she got beat at the wire. I mean, they bet her down. But maybe the outside post caught up to her making that move as Sweet Sensation got the better of the trips. Maybe that was the difference. But she chased after My Bronx Baby the race before. And that was against allowance horses. So again, against the 11 and 9s. She won't be a heavy favorite today like she was last time because Dulce Veloce's in the race. But she should be awfully tough staying at the 11 and 9 level. I won the 6-4-1. As far as, obviously, those are the 3 win threats in the 6. 7th race, scratch the 3. I got busted. Kind of a big scratch. Opens up the race a little bit. I mean, you only got 5 betting interests, but now, I mean, let's face it, that horse probably would have won. Now with that one out, I mean, you do scratch the 7 and 8, unfortunately. But with that one out, at least it's competitive. Skylar's Starship has got to improve off that last race. Vaunted has been in good form. Room Pressure put up a good number for his last win against special weights. The horse that's 8-1 morning line. Again, I got a few prices here late. In a minute, did this horse deserve 8-1 even when I get busted in the race? I mean, you look back, this horse has got the best recent number in the whole field. Had a 77 buyer finishing second against starter optional claimers. Granted, it was restricted for 3-year-olds, but that was a good number. He just had a few starts back. Last race wasn't good. But if you look at the pace figures for this horse, did he just simply go too fast for the first quarter, trying to keep up? Does this horse need the lead, is the other question. Funny thing is, he didn't win that day, but his best race was when he was chasing the pace and running second. I think he could be out there again chasing. I don't know what to expect from Skylar Starship. I mean, this horse, I liked last time. I think a lot of people liked this horse last time. Maybe needed the race. Maybe the wide trip, but I don't know. You talk about a lot of maybes, but maybe it's simply the layoff. You got to wonder if he's just not good. I mean, or just not as good as expected anyway. It was first time Lasix. A lot of times coming off the layoff, you go first time Lasix, sometimes second time Lasix, you run better. I mean, they thought enough of this horse to run against those 2-year-old stakes races last year, and he did break his mane in Saratoga, so you know he's got talent. Maybe he needed the race. That's why I used him second, because this horse could just pop up and run big here, and you can't discount the Ferraro Jr. horses anyway. I'll throw in the 4 Vaunted for third. I mean, Room Pressure put up a good number, but he just beat Maidens last time, so I don't know how good that one is. I mean, he did run 105. Vaunted is more of an underneath horse. He comes out of a good race. Sharp Pass came out of that race to win. Before that, ran into busting away. With I Got Busted Scratched, yeah, this is an open race. Maybe he could break through with no world beaters in here. From top to bottom, it's a pretty competitive race. Maybe Owl's Frosted could be a reach. Flores opted to go to Room Pressure. But the other ones, I think any of the 4 could win. Race number 7. Good feature in that sense as it's more competitive. Speaking of which, Yeah, like I said, I got a 8-1 morning line in the 7th. This race I got a little bit of a price as well. To finish it off, maybe you're playing pick sixes. You might want to use a bunch of them in the last. This could be the separator because you might have a couple of the favorites in those stakes races, especially the third. Let's face it. I think the biggest stretch and maybe the best way to make money is if you can beat the favorite in the third. I don't think you're going to. If you could, that's what would make the pick six carry over. That would probably knock out 90% of the tickets. You would think. I'm not picking or betting against that horse. This one was wide open. From top to bottom, it's wide open. There's another one that, can you really love anybody in this race? I'm going to take a shot with a horse on the inside by Cloud Computing. Obviously, the horse wants to go a little bit longer. But talking about Compute It, I thought if you watch the last race, this horse didn't run badly at all. They let King Collie get away with relatively easy fractions. That horse just walked on the front end. So nobody else really had a chance. They had blinkers for the first time, shot out there, and like everybody else, rated simply too much. And when you're rating off a horse that's got it easy on the front end, you're not going to come up and beat that horse. It's going to have something left. I don't think that horse was much that beat him. I think they just let the horse get away. I don't know if it was John DeVilla, trying to remember the race, if he just put him to sleep. I'm not worried about Perez going to Banker Blaney. I think that was his mount. And from what I understand, Ryerson had this horse last time. Now it goes to trainer Beth Miller-Saul, as she's just using Joel Cruz. That's her regular rider. From the inside, this horse should get a trip. You hope nobody's allowed to go in those slow fractions. Banker Blaney looks like the speed, but you got Jaximus, who should break better. If that one breaks better, it should be the pressing speed. That I thought Compute It might be able to get a trip in here. And I'm taking a shot in the last race in a wide open field at odds of 6-1. And I expect to get a little bit of a price. Jaximus, logical favorite, did get off slow last time. Didn't really, well, it does say ducked out start, so we'll just assume that means it was a slow start, because it was. He was really compromised by not really breaking all that well. And that was big, because he made kind of a middle move after the speed and flat. Now, that's a tough move to make here at Finger Lakes, especially when the speed doesn't really back up. And as mentioned, Room Pressure ran 105 and changed. Room Pressure ran a fast race. Again, I don't think the field was strong. I mean, Banker Blaney looks to be the speed again. Maybe that one holds on better here. But I thought Jaximus has more room to improve than Banker Blaney, only because Banker Blaney had everything his own way because of the bad break by Jaximus. Now Jaximus breaks better. He's going to be out there with Banker Blaney. I don't even think Banker Blaney's that fast. It's just there's not a lot of speed in here. I did use him third because he's got room to improve. And how good John Buckley trainees have been. I mean, Buckley horses are running very well this year. And off the second place finish, he's 28-1 last time. I would not take this horse if he's a favorite, especially if he was 28 last time. And he had no excuse, but 6 furlongs, there isn't a lot of speed in here. If he's allowed to get out there and control the pace, he's got a shot to go all the way. Uncle Kedrick's another one to consider. He comes out of that same race and did make up some ground. Again, they didn't go that fast up front, and it was only 5.5. Maybe the extra half furlong can help this horse. It's not like he ran that badly. I thought he came out of a stronger race the race before that and ran a decent third when he was closer up to the pace. Again, he's catching these races where they're relatively paceless. He found himself with too much to do last time, and Room Pressure got the first run on him. I can see him hitting the board again. Again, Ronnie Bree Jr. going very well. I'm going to use him in the number, though. 1835 in today's last race. So a lot going on today. We got the 2 stakes races. We got the Pick 6 carryover of over $12,000, and both the stakes races are going to be involved in that Pick 6. The races 3 and 5. The Niagara Stakes is race number 3. The Ontario County Stakes is race number 5. I got a hint for you. I think you could single the first leg. Anyway, enjoy today's card. 8 races today. We're going to continue with the regular post times of 1:15 this week. Next live racing day will be tomorrow with that 1:15 first post. So I'll see you then.
The field for the Monday openers out on the track. The 1 is The Last Sheik with Luis Perez. The 2 is Go Get the Bag with Andre Worry. The 3 is Tis Big Money. Jackie Davis rides. The 4 is Onofrio with Dalton Brown. The 5 is One With Everything. Heeman Harkey's in the saddle. Scratch the 6, Watermelon Crush. The 7 is Rebel Jackson. Michael Davila Jr. rides. And the 8 is Tizza Brown with Rafael Rojina Jr. That's the field of 7. Again, scratch the 6, Watermelon Crush. Welcome to Monday at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm the big A, Anthony Stabile, high atop the finish line for this stakes card today. Stakes action back here at Finger Lakes today. Don't forget, free PPs courtesy of Equibase over at fingerlakes.com. If you're a DRF member, head on over to drf.com and get your free Monday PPs for Finger Lakes this afternoon. We had them every Monday in June. Take advantage of the last day of that promotion. Head on over to drf.com right now if you're a DRF member. Download your PPs. We got the carryover in the pick 6 that starts in race 3, $12,462. Race 3 is the Niagara. Race 5 is the Ontario County. Kebarkoa has a 5-win edge, 24-19 over Jackie Davis. Michael Anthony Ferraro, 20-14 over reigning defending training champion Paul Barrow, who could have a very big day today, and that's where we'll start. Go Get the Bag for me. Fresh gelding, the ultimate equipment change, as some like to say, including myself. He showed speed before going to the bench in November, comes back for the waiver. I love the fact that Paul wavered a nickel maiden. He's the best. And, you know, he got this horse eligible for this race on the comeback by running for the nickel. At the end of the year, people don't want to, claim a $5,000 maiden especially and hold on to him all winter. He showed speed that day. Normally when a horse is gelded, they will tend to be able to push off their hind end a little bit better, show a little bit more speed. He's already shown plenty of speed, and I think he is just the speed of the speed in here. See if Go Get the Bag. Currently your second choice at 2-1 can get in front of these and keep on going with Andre Worry, one of Paul's main riders. The 7, Rebel Jackson, he too is a fresh gelding. Ronnie Breed Jr. is off to a sensational start, winning with over a third of his starters so far. He ran this horse one time after 3 races at Gulfstream Park, 2 on the all-weather, 1 on the turf. So it was his dirt debut. He got beat by Big Hutchie, who had a rail skimming ride, just missed. Now he's been gelded. I love the fact that Ronnie, too, gave him the traditional amount of time. A lot of trainers nowadays, I'll see, they'll come back in 2 or 3 weeks. No, a month. Give a horse a month, 3 weeks after the operation, and, you know, those DRF PPs show you that this horse was announced as a gelding back on May 28th, which I believe was a Tuesday. So just a week after he ran, so he was gelded. It was reported like it's supposed to be. And then here he is back. He's got some tactical speed. He's a big price at 6-1 for a barn that's off to a really hot start. And then the 3, Tis Big Money. You know, I kind of understand how this horse is your favorite right now. I don't understand prohibitive favoritism. He got beat by a prohibitive favorite in Drinking Solo, I believe, last time. He didn't have the cleanest trip. Man, Go Get the Bag has faster races, and Rebel Jackson has just as fast a race, and he's 4 times the price. So I put him third. I don't want to say reluctantly, but I put him third reluctantly. 2-7-3 from me. It kicks off the early pick 4. We'll talk about a pick 6 ticket before the third race. I'm going to tweet it out at the Big A Stabile. I'm going to tweet it out a little bit. Don't forget again, PPs. FingerLakesGaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. If you're a DRF member, head over to DRF.com. Get your PPs, get involved today. Carry over in that pick 6. We'll have it up through the third race, $12,462. Best of luck throughout the day here at Finger Lakes. If you're in earshot, come on out. It is a glorious day here in Farmington. Just a little over a minute till race number 1. Best of luck, everyone. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race one's behind the gate, and it's post time. Set to load in for the first of the week, the last Sheik. He goes in, followed by one of the two taking the bulk of the action, and here the returning Go Get the Bag. The other favorite, if you will. Tis Big Money goes in. Onofrio's up next. Here's the gray, one with everything. As Rebel Jackson prepares to go in, don't forget free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase, each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The last to load is long shot Tizza Brown. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Monday opener. Tizza Brown shows first from the outside draw. There's Rebel Jackson. Rebel Jackson chases Tizza Brown in the early going. Between horses, there's Go Get the Bag. Along the rail is the last Sheik. 2 lengths back to Tiz Big Money. To his outside is One with Everything. And about a half a dozen more to Onofrio, who trails the field early. The leader up front is Tizza Brown. Tizza Brown crossed and cleared from his outside draw, now being chased by Go Get the Bag. 3 wide is Rebel Jackson as the last Sheik saves all the ground in fourth, 4.5 from the front. It's a gap of 3 lengths back to One with Everything. Tiz Big Money under a drive. Jackie Davis trying to motivate him. No response just yet. Onofrio trails. Go Get the Bag. Just took the lead away from Tizza Brown. Go Get the Bag off the turn and into the stretch. 23-2 opening quarter. 48 for the half. Go Get the Bag, trying to go get the money. It's Go Get the Bag by 4 past the 8th pole. Between horses, the last Sheik trying to rally down the center. One with Everything past the 16th pole. Go Get the Bag romped. He won it by 7 or 8. Then it was One with Everything. Rebel Jackson, the last Sheik rounds out the super in 107-3. Number 2, Go Get the Bag was first. 5, One with Everything second. 7, Rebel Jackson third. 1, the last Sheik was fourth. Making his way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 2, Go Get the Bag. 4-year-old Gelding's the son of tourist out of the officer man, Miss Bonnie. The New York bred Go Get the Bag is owned and trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Andre Worry, and it's official. $2 exacta, 2-5, $15.40. 50-cent try, 2-5-7, 14 even. Dime super, 2-5-7-1, $10.35. Race 2's up next. First pick 3 of the day starts in race number 2. Scratch to 5, Perno. Here in race 2, scratch to 5, Perno. Post time for race number 2 comes your way in just over 22 minutes. Folks, plan on coming out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack on Thursday, July 4th, to spend Independence Day as we celebrate the one and only Funny Side. That's right, July 4th is not only Independence Day, but it's Funny Side Tribute Day here at Finger Lakes. There will be Finger Lakes t-shirt giveaway in the lower clubhouse, meet and greet session with Hall of Fame jockey Jose Santos, and Jack Knowlton, the operating manager of Saratoga Stable, the owner of Funny Side. We'll have a commemorative Funny Side photo. Many of Funny Side's winning trophies will be displayed, and we'll show all of his great wins in between our races here at Finger Lakes that day. There'll also be silent auction items on Funny Side memorabilia. Come on out for Funny Side Day, Thursday, July 4th. We'll be racing Monday, Tuesday, Thursday next week. Monday the 1st of July, Tuesday the 2nd of July, dark Wednesday the 3rd, and then racing again on the 4th of July, Thursday, July 4th, Funny Side Day here at Finger Lakes. In addition to the Funny Side activities, free programs will be available for Finger Lakes at both program locations. There'll be 2 How to Bet seminars at 12:15 and 12:45, and one lucky person at each seminar will win a $20 wagering voucher just for attending the seminar. And last but not least, I had to clear my throat for this. That's how important it is. The Buttered Spuds are back. That's right. Karuba's Delicious Chicken Barbecue returns, and we'll be serving on the clubhouse side from noon until 5 p.m. I promise I'll just have one. That's all Thursday, July 4th. Come spend Independence Day and celebrate Funny Side Tribute Day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
I'm in the paddock for race number 2. Looking back at the first, yeah, no big surprises, and the money really showed on Go Get the Bag. Andre Worry in for the ride, and they'll start us off for this Monday card. Short price, but Worry gets the win for last year's leading trader, Paul Barrow, who's got the big favorite in the stakes race as well. 11-9 Maiden Claimer is the second. We scratched the 5 Pernal. Kind of a big scratch. There wasn't a lot of speed in here. That one figured to be the speed. You see the horses that are getting some play. You got Tyrannosaurus Rex. That one moves to the spot. I say moves because it's not really a drop for any of these horses. You notice of the 6 rivals that are remaining, all of them ran for maiden special weights in their last start. So when you say drop it from maiden special weight, not really a drop. They all ran for the special weight last time. But Tyrannosaurus Rex did have some trouble last time at the start, tried to make a late move. His main problem this race is the lack of early pace. He's one that sits back and makes a run. But the logical top 3 threat in here. He's had a lot of chances, though, 15 starts, but hits the board often. Used them third. No surprise. I thought this speed might be the 6 Peanut Butter Toast. This one and the 1 would be Central Station would be the other one. It's got some speed, but Peanut Butter's Toast the better of the 2 horses and maybe even the fastest. Even if he plays presser, he'll be right with the 1 horse. His last start wasn't good. It was his first start off the layoff, and he did have a poor beginning and never really got in the race. It wasn't the toughest of fields he was in. You notice a couple of the horses, actually all 3 top 3 finishers are going to run later today, and that's a field he should beat. But he does drop. I don't want to say drop, but he does move to the 11-9 here. It's still a little bit easier field, even though they're all from main special weights. Very logical horse is the 6 Peanut Butter Toast, and 5-2 would actually be a good price on that one. Bet the Palace is one that's better than what he looks on paper. He hit the board both times as a 2-year-old, but he's had excuses his first 2 starts. His first start of the year was against the very sharp and speedy Stewie. That was a much tougher race than what this one is, and he just chased and faded. Last race was a rout, so he's going to cut back in distance. Better chance today for Bet the Palace, who should be a threat. He's a big price in here at odds of 9-1. So I went with a 6, 7, and 4. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in race number 2.
The field for race 2 is coming out onto the track. Here's the 1, Central Station, with Heeman Harkey. The 2 is Castle Cove Spirit, Jackie Davis rides. The 3 is Cambu, with Stephen Frett. The 4 is Tyrannosaurus Rex, Jeremias Flores is in the saddle. Scratch to 5, Perno. The 6 is Peanut Butter Toast with Michael Davila Jr. And the 7 is Bet the Palace with Emmanuel De Diego. Post time in a little over 5 minutes away as we kick off the first pick 3 of the day. Don't forget, pick 6 starts in race number 3. $12,462 carryover. Go download your PPs. FingerLakesGaming.com for the Equibase. If you're a DRF member, DRF.com. Go get your Finger Lakes PPs for today. It's just got about 35 minutes until that pick 6 comes. Maybe a little bit more. About 35 minutes till the pick 6 starts. All right. I got a couple of prices I like today, and one of them is in here. Central Station takes the drop in class for Ralph D'Alessandro. This horse ran for a tag down at Aqueduct in Belmont last year, over a year ago, to no avail. And he came up here, he went in the maiden special weight ranks. They tried no blinkers. They put the blinkers back on at the beginning of this year. And he's shown some tactical speed. But the truth of the matter is, unless the blinker's going on Bet the Palace, who we'll get to in a minute, sharpen him early, Central Station's probably going to be in front here. And like I said, unless the blinkers really help Bet the Palace, Central Station might have an easy lead if Harkey is aggressive with this horse from the rail. I can't believe he's this price. Eric Ridge was a Kentucky shipper who came back to win the allowance race last week. I don't get this price. I never thought this horse would be the longest shot on the board, but here we are. I like Central Station. The 6 Peanut Butter Toast started his career for this 9-11 tag, hit the board in all 3 of his starts. Then he finished last year a little earlier than most of his rivals in August. Came back this year behind Room Pressure, who's in later on, did not run a step. Stumbled at the start, and his day was over at 5-1. Richard Schaefer won a couple of races to start the meet, dropping this horse right back where he started his career for. So, and this is a little bit of a homebred. So, you know, the drop kind of makes sense. And then the 7 Bet the Palace gets the blinkers for Jeff Engelhard, who's barn heated up after a bit of a slow start. You would imagine the blinkers are going to help him get a little faster. He almost has to be able to get a little faster with the blinkers because he really hasn't been that fast early on. Cuts him back from the 1.70. That didn't work. He got real tired approaching the far turn. Stewie showed promise 2 starts back. Stars and Stones is in the stakes race later on today. So he ran against some decent horses to back off the layoff. But now he goes in for the 11. I think the drops of Central Station and Peanut Butter Toast make more sense than the drop of Bet the Palace. And you're getting the best price on Central Station. That's where I landed here. 167. Best of luck. Don't forget that pick 6 with the carryover over $12,400 starts in race number 3. Less than a minute. Horses are making their way to the starting gate. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the second. Central Station's the longest shot on the board. He goes in first. An out-of-order load to the outside stall for Bet the Palace. Castle Cove Spirit is next. Cambu goes in. Here's Tyrannosaurus Rex. Your favorite peanut butter toast, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little hesitant start there for the favorite peanut butter toast. Central Station right to the lead with Heeman Harking. They quickly open up a length and a half. Peanut butter toast and Michael DeVilla Jr. trying to recover from the start. Rush up into second. Along the inside, there's Castle Cove Spirit in third. Between horses is Tyrannosaurus Rex. Far outside, Bet the Palace, and it's about 12 lengths back to Cambu, who's struggling early here. Central Station, through an opening quarter of 23 flat, has a 3/4 of a length lead over Peanut Butter Toast. Far outside to Bet the Palace. Along the rail, Castle Cove Spirit's under a drive. Tyrannosaurus Rex is between, and then a long way back to Cambu. They're midway on the turn. It's Central Station. He's been there from the start, and he just spurted away to a 2-length lead. Central Station trying to put it away right now, off the turn and into the stretch through a 47 3/2. It's all Central Station. He comes to the 8th pole with a building 4-length lead. Trying to hold seconds, Castle Cove Spirit. Moving up outside is Tyrannosaurus Rex, but they come past the 6th 16th pole, and it's all Central Station today. A wire-to-wire score with hockey. They won it by a half dozen at the end. Castle Cove Spirit held second over Tyrannosaurus Rex in 107-3. Number 1, Central Station was first. It's a photo for second. Number 2, Castle Cove Spirit was second. 4, Tyrannosaurus Rex third. 7, Bet the Palace fourth, making his way to the winner's circle for the very first time. The number 1, Central Station. 4-year-old Gelding's the son of Central Banker. Out of the 2-punch mare, Flomar. The New York bred, Central Station's owned by Seacoast Thoroughbreds of New England, trained by Ralphie D. Ralph D'Alessandro, winning rider He-Man Harkey. Keep puffing, Ralphie D. Official, $2 double, 2-1, $23.60. $2 exacta, 1-2, 62 even. 50-cent try, 1-2-4, $30.37. And the dime super, 1-2-4-7, $24.52. Race 3 comes up next. It is not only the $50,000 guaranteed Niagara Stakes for the 3-year-old New York bred fillies. It's time for the $1 pick 6. And today's pick 6 features a multi-day carryover of $12,462. Here are the changes for the remaining races. Here in race 3, scratch the 6, 1,000 plans. Race 3, scratch the 6, 1,000 plans. In the 4th, a rider change for the 1, Lucky Mucho Man, to Jackie Davis. And scratch the other half of the entry, the 1A, Money Making Kaz. Race 4, put Jackie Davis on the 1. And scratch the 1A, Money Making Kaz. Race 5 is the $50,000 guaranteed Ontario County Stakes for the New York bred 3-year-old Colts and Geldings. No scratches or rider changes. In race 6, scratch the 8, Tamaki. And the 9, Midnight Empress. Race 6, scratch the 8 and 9. These scratches out of race 7. Scratch the 3, I Got Busted. The 7, Mortgage Rate. And the 8, Free Folk. Race 7, scratch the 3, 7 and 8. And there are no scratches or rider changes in the finale, race number 8. Post time for race number 3. The Niagara Stakes. And the start of today's $1 pick 6 with a $12,462 carryover is in just over 21 minutes. We'll be back a few minutes earlier than possible if we can to give out a pick 6 play after these 3-year-old fillies hit the racetrack.
All right, horses are getting ready for race number 3, and that was a type of race without much pace in here. When Peanut Butter Toast didn't go to the lead, Central Station was able to take full advantage from the inside position and went 23 and 47. It was over early with those kind of fractions, going 5.5. He-Man Harkey aboard for Ralph D'Alessandro. Pace makes a race. We only got 2 speeds. One decides to rate. The other one's going to have it real easy on the front. Third race is our co-feature, we'll call it. We got 2 stakes races today, both for the 3-year-old New York breds. This one for the fillies. It is the Niagara Stakes, and this one goes a distance of 6 furlongs. We're left with 5 betting interests with a scratch of the 6. 1,000 plans. Right now at 1-9, Sweet Brown Sugar. I would not expect this horse to be any higher. You're probably going to get 1-9 a Sweet Brown Sugar. And if there is a horse that should be 1-9 this year, it should be this horse against these rivals. She has looked phenomenal. Her last 2 races are good. She could be getting better. She just won the Eastview Stakes. She won the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes here off of a dominant maiden victory, so she was 2 for 2 here as a 2-year-old filly. She went to New York, caught a couple tough groups, but is putting it together, and now comes back here and catches probably the easiest field she's ever faced. She's currently at odds of 1-9 and really have a tough time seeing them beat her in the Niagara Stakes. The best shot, obviously, is Dorth Soul Dancer. Could round off a very, very short exacta if this one's second, and she should be second, because the rest of them, you got 2 of them are maidens. The other one just broke her maiden for 5,000. Dorth Soul Dancer has been running against the 2 Lifetimes. The last 3 horses that beat her in the 2 starts that she's had at Finger Lakes all came back to win. Talk about My Bronx Baby, Bustin' Time, and Latest Edition. They all came back to win, making her races look that much better, but not even in the category of what Sweet Brown Sugar's done the last 2 races, but better than the rest of them, that she should make it a very, very short exacta. If, of course, they got to run the race, but Dorth Soul Dancer, the best shot if you have any chance of beating the heavy, heavy favorite, and probably the next best to round off the very short exacta. But that is the main players of the Niagara Stakes. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3. Remember, we start the Pick 6 with this race. There's over a $12,000 carryover in that Pick 6 pool.
The field for race 3, the $50,000 Niagara Stakes, is on the track. The one is Sweet Brown Sugar. She's owned by Richie Rich Racing Stable, trained by Paul Barrow. Jeremiah Flores is in the saddle. The 3 is Sevens Up, owned by TriStar Farm LLC, trained by Sal Iorio Jr. Luis Perez rides. The 4 is Love Thyself, owned by Lindy Lee Farm LLC, trained by Jonathan Buckley. Kevin Navarro's in the saddle. The 5 is Dorth's Soul Dancer, owned by SJB Stable, trained by Michael Anthony Ferraro. Cabracoa rides. And the 2 is Dreamery, owned by Frank Famura and Come What May Racing, trained by Rachel Sells. Carlos Camillo is the jockey. Just over 5 minutes to post for the $50,000 Niagara Stakes. Scratch the 6, 1,000 plans. The pick 6 starts here. There's $12,462 carryover. There's over $14,000 in new money already. We got about 6 or 7 minutes to post. Let's go through the tickets quick. Sweet Brown Sugar, bingo square. Free bingo square. 2 wins in a row coming in from Aqueduct. 2 wins up here to start her career last year. Those 2 races in between in the Franklin Square, she didn't get out of the gate all that well. Off the little bit of a layoff. Now, that could scare some people away, but she ran so well in her debut. I don't think it's going to matter. And then she came back, and she just had way too much to do. Behind 13 red flags. 3 starts back, rattled off 2 in a row, got the job done in the Eastview very, very easily. Jeremiah Flores, who rode her in her first 2 starts out here last year, gets the mount. We'll single Sweet Brown Sugar. 4th race, we're going to use the 6 and 7. We'll talk about these races as we go along as well. Flash Kiss comes up from Naira. Superb Surprise for Barrow. Jogged for a nickel. In for the 11 today. 5th race is the Ontario County. I singled Mischief Joke in here. I think he's better on a fast track despite the win in the Regal Park on a wet track, and he has a lot of pace to run at in here. Smile Takes Charge has some speed from the rail. Stars and Stones inside of him is plenty fast. Hey Hey Harry's the fastest of them all, and he's getting blinkers back on. And even the horse on the outside, Benji Brown, has speed. I would imagine Mischief Joke just sits the trip and gives Worry a victory in the Ontario County. 1 and 6 in race 6, Special Pal, first time in for a tag. Runs for the $11,000 tag for Chris Engelhardt off the layoff. She tried State Bred Allowance Company at the Big A last time to no avail. She started her career with a win in a couple of seconds on fast tracks here at Finger Lakes. And the 6, Dolce Veloce, got the job done last time, breaking some second-itis. She finished second 4 times in her 7 prior starts, including the 2 before the victory last time out, where she sat just off the pace. I would imagine the 1 and the 6 will get it done in the 6th race. 1, 4, and 6 in the 7th. Skylar Starship did not raise a hoof in his Finger Lakes unveiling, in for the same level last time out off of the October layoff. We'll see if second time off the layoff helps his cause. Barn wins at around 16%. Vaunted's an old hard knocker here. He's only 4, but he's run 13 times. He's gotten a check 6 of those times. Last 2 off the claim for Ralphie D. We already won 1 today. My man Gumster Stable ran a decent 3rd and a well-beaten 2nd, but they were behind repeat winners Bustin' Away and Sharpaz. I think Vaunted could be tough. And then Room Pressure got the job done off the layoff of Barrow last time out. Absolutely galloped. Could work out the same trip in here. Repeated that effort. Puts him very close to the winner's circle today. 1, 4, and 6. And then in the finale, I went 4 deep. 5, Uncle Kendrick gets the blinkers on for Ronnie Breed, who's off to a great start. The 7, Hair on Fire, 2nd off the layoff for Barrow. This horse was did not get away from the gate. He got away cleanly. He just didn't show much enthusiasm. We'll see if second time. Paul's numbers second off a layoff like this are incredible. 31% positive ROI. Jaximus chased and tired first off a February break last time. Had taken all the money when he was 4-5. I'll give him another chance. He chased the 3, Banker Blaney, who's in here. And then my long shot of the day is the 9, Rev Parker. Gets blinkers. Start off the layoff for Jim Aquilano. Cuts back. Lots to like about Rev Parker. If he's 8-1, I'm going to make a win bet on him. So there's the ticket for today. 1 with 6-7, with 3 with 1-6, with 1-4-6 for 5-7 with 5-7-8-9. It's a $48 ticket. There's already 36,000 and change in the pool. We got about 2 minutes or 3 minutes to post. Best of luck here. Again, we'll see if Sweet Brown Sugar can get her 5th career victory and make it a perfect 3 for 3 here in Farmington with a win in this Niagara. She takes on 4 others. I went 1-5-4. Dorth Soul Dancer for second. Tried to get her home in her last 2 starts. Stabile off today might be the best angle she could ever find. And then Love Thyself. The other 2 fillies are maidens. 1-5-4, Sweet Brown Sugar. The marquee name in this $50,000 Niagara. Got about 2 minutes to post. Best of luck. Enjoy the first stakes of the afternoon, and good luck in the pick 6 if you're playing. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3. The $50,000 Niagara Stakes is behind the gate, and it's post time. She's been 1-9 from the start. Sweet Brown Sugar, already a 2-time stakes winner. The first to load to the inside stall. A bit reluctant to go in. Fantastic gate crew gets her right up. Dreamery's next. Here's Sevens Up. Love Thyself goes forward. And the last to load is Dorth, Soul Dancer. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Niagara. Good start for the favorite, Sweet Brown Sugar. Dorth Soul Dancer to the lead. Up the inside, here comes Sweet Brown Sugar. So these two have a length and a half on Dreamery, who settles into third. She's followed by Love Thyself, a length back and forth. And the trailer is Sevens Up. Sweet Brown Sugar's made the lead. It's Sweet Brown Sugar, a length and a half. Dorth Soul Dancer trying to keep up in second. Along the insides, Dreamery through a 23-2 honest opening quarter. Fourth outside is Love Thyself, trying to get past Dreamery. Sevens Up trails. Sweet Brown Sugar leads. The lead's down to 3 parts of a length. Dorth Soul Dancer under a drive, trying to catch the favorite in second. Then we come back to Love Thyself, who just went past Dreamery. Sevens Up's at the back. They went the half in 47-2. Sweet Brown Sugar off the turn and into the stretch with a commanding 3-length lead. Love Thyself up the inside, trying to battle Dorth Soul Dancer for the Minor Awards, but they're coming to the 16th pole, and it's all Sweet Brown Sugar. Impressive return. Sweet Brown Sugar could have won it from here to the fall. She won it by a half dozen or 7. Then Love Thyself over Dorth Soul Dancer and Dreamery. The final time for the 3 quarters was 112-2 here in the Niagara. Number 1, Sweet Brown Sugar was first. 4, Love Thyself second. 5, Dorth Soul Dancer was third. 2, Dreamery was fourth. In the winner's circle is the official winner of the Niagara, Sweet Brown Sugar. 3-year-old daughter of Collected. Out of the Bodemeister mare, Rachel's Blue Moon is a New York bred. Sweet Brown Sugar is owned by Richie Rich Racing Stable. 2 wins on the day for trainer Paul Barrow. Winning rider Jeremiah Flores. $2 double 1-1, $9.50. $2 exact to 1-4, 14 even. 50-cent try, 145, $3.75. 10-cent super, 1452, $1.75. Race 4 comes up next. It's the start of today's 50-cent pick 5. Here in race 4, a rider change on the 1, Lucky Mucho Man, to Jackie Davis. Davis rides the 1. And scratch the 1A, Money Making Kaz. If you'll turn your attention to the winner's circle, a trophy presentation being made to the connections of Sweet Brown Sugar by our Director of Racing, Todd Height, and our Clerk of Scales, the one and only Jack Keller, to owner Richie Rich Racing Stable, jockey Jeremiah Flores, and trainer, last year's leading trainer, Paul Barrow. Congratulations, everyone.
We're getting ready for race number 4, and no doubt about it, winner. Not a big surprise. Sweet Brown Sugar was able to easily beat that inferior competition. Jeremiah Flores gets a stakes win, and that one for Paul Barrow and Richie Rich Racing Stable. Get your free square for the $1 pick 6. Okay, 4th race starts a pick 5. Jackie Davis on the 1. Lucky Mucho Man. We'll see Ramon Vasquez Jr. earlier or later in the week. Scratch the 1A. Money Making Kaz. And a little more competitive race here for race number 4. Could have went a few different ways here. I did like Superb Surprise. Paul Barrow looking for 3 already on the card if he's able to be successful with this one. Already won the first race with Go Get the Bag pretty easily. The stakes race was won the day that they drew it. And Superb Surprise steps up off the waiver claim victory, but the time and the number was good enough to beat the rest of this field. Granted, he didn't beat much in that field, but he did it so easily. And the question was, why was he in for $5,000? Well, the reason was he was getting a race under him for free. He had a $5,000 win, and now he could step up to face the 11 and 9s, never won 3. A much tougher field for this one, but he's one of the main contenders in this race, currently at odds of 5-2. Didn't think you were going to get the 6-1 morning line. Superb Surprise. Flash Kiss, a logical horse. This one, last couple races haven't been as good. After a win going a mile, it wasn't as successful. The next start, last race, finished off the board as well. Now we'll go 6 furlongs after cutting back a distance, go 3/4 last time. This should be a little easier for this $175,000 2-year-old. A little more route breeding than sprint breeding, but does have a little more class than the rest of them in here. Horse that might be overlooked in here is the 5 Gold in Them Hills. Actually gave pretty good chase last time in what was a stronger field than this one. You had Sherpaz and Scaramanga. Either one of those horses would be favored against these. He was in there for a while before finally fading a little bit in the late stages. Now he's been having a lot of chances, now still in the 3 lifetime condition, but he's got some good tactical speed, and he's inside of New York Riesling and Superb Surprise, which could give him the inside and the lead. He's at odds of 5-1, but could be dangerous in this race. The other horse that you'd expect a little bit of play, but more of an underneath horse, is the 2 Central Love. Should get a good trip from that inside position, but a tougher field he'll face than last time, where he just kind of followed the leaders in that race. But he's one that he almost can't leave out of the tries and supers. He's 5 for 7 in the top 3 at this distance without winning. So he is an underneath type of 3/4. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and pick 5 starts in race number 4. Scratch the 1A, Money Making Kaz.
The field for race 4 is on the track. The 1 is Looking Mucho Man. Please note the rider change to Jackie Davis. Scratch the 1A, Money Making Kaz. The 2 is Central Love with Michael Davila Jr. The 3 is Raw Courage, Kevin Navarro rides. The 4 is Hyper Speed. Joel Cruz is in the saddle. The 5 is Golden Them Hills with Emmanuel De Diego. The 6 is Flash Kiss with Andre Worry. The 7 is Superb Surprise. Jeremiah Flores looks for a natural double. Paul Barrow looks for his 3rd win on the card. The 8 is New York Riesling with Nazario Alvarado. And the 9 is Norgay with John Berrios. Pick 5 time, folks, with just a little over 2 minutes to post. Congratulations, by the way, to all the connections of Sweet Brown Sugar, Richie Rich Racing, Paul Barrow, Jeremiah Flores, Paul's 2nd win on the day. Looking for 3 here, and I think he's going to get it. I like Superb Surprise. You know, when he went down last year in the stretch, it looked a lot worse than it really was. He just crossfired, and that means horse's legs kind of cross up. And he came back and he ran for the nickel, and he jogged last time. He took all that late money. He was a little inflated on the morning line. He took all the late money, and he just galloped home. You know, off of that effort and off of that buyer speed figure, if you're using your free PPs, if you're a DRF member over at DRF.com today, I mean, he's supposed to go right back into the winner's circle and give Paul his 3rd on the day. I picked him in here. I know it looks a little bit more wide open than it did last time, but it was a pretty wide open race last time on paper, and he just made mincemeat out of those horses. So I put Superb Surprise right back in. In fact, I made him the play of the day over at Capital OTB. They're on the grounds today. Thanks to Seth and the crew for coming out and showing off our beautiful racetrack here in Farmington. Flash Kiss. You got to give the respect to the horses coming up from the Niagara circuit. This horse was running at a little bit of a higher level since they don't run at this level down there. He didn't do much running in his last 2 races after getting out of the 2 lifetime ranks. 3 back, going a mile. I know he has a win at 6, and it was against Maiden Special Weight at Monmouth, but it was 2 years ago to the day. And he's only won 1 time in 10 starts since. A lot of red flags on Flash Kiss, but the circuit and the class relief might be enough. Put him 2nd, and then the 2 Central Love from the rail gets Michael Davila Jr. back in the boot. Was closing nicely to be 3rd last time as the 2nd choice. Old Point got a great ride that day, and we'll see if he can improve 3rd off the layoff. 7-6-2 here. Got a little over a minute. Hope you're alive in the pick 6. For some reason you're not. It's pick 5 time. Play it anyway. Get involved. 50-cent ticket. Head on over and get involved in the pick 5. Post times in about 3 minutes. Best of luck here on the 4th at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4 is behind the gate, and it's post time as we kick off today's 50-cent pick 5. Central Love goes in first. Goes big long shot, Raw Courage. Followed in by Hyper Speed. Gold in Them Hills goes forward. Here's the slight favorite, Flash Kiss, coming up from Aqueduct. Lucky Mucho Man wears the 1 but draws to the center of the gate. Here's Superb Surprise. Barrow looking for 3. Jeremiah Flores looking for his 2nd consecutive win on the card. Hesitates just a bit. Now goes in. New York Riesling goes forward. And he's in. Last to load's Norgay. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes New York Riesling for the lead. Tours inside is Gold in Them Hills, trying to apply pressure in 2nd. On the outside, Norgay now moves up into 2nd as Gold in Them Hills drops back to 3rd. Along the inside there, Central Love. Superb Surprise moves forward. He's 3 lengths from the lead. It's a gap of 2.5, 3 lengths to Hyper Speed. To his outside is Lucky Mucho Man. That's a long way back, about 7 or 8 to Flash Kiss. As the field makes their way along the turn, 22 and 4, they're really going at it. Norgay just made the lead over New York Riesling. Here comes Superb Surprise with a 3-wide bid, and behind them is Gold in Them Hills as the field makes their way to the top of the stretch in a 46 1/2. Superb Surprise just struck the lead and takes them off the turn into the stretch with a 2-length lead. Superb Surprise starting to run away from his rivals. Gold in Them Hills trying to get into the 2nd along the outside. Between horses trying to hang on for a piece is Norgay. Late rally from Central Love and from way back Flash Kiss. Another daylight win. Superb Surprise by the length of the stretch. He won it by 9. Flash Kiss passed a bunch of horses for 2nd in 1:12 and 4 with a photo for 3rd. Number 7, Superb Surprise was first. 6, Flash Kiss second. It's a photo for third. Number 2, Central Love was third. 5, Golden M Hills fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 7, Superb Surprise. 5-year-old Gelding is the son of Giant Surprise. Out of the Langfier mare, Ms. Lynn Kelly. 2 owning wins on the day, 3 training wins on the day for Paul Barrow. Winning rider, 2 on the card, a natural double for Jeremias Flores. $2 double, 1-7, $6.10. $2 exacta, 7-6, 22.40. 50-cent try, 7.62, 52.62. 10-cent super, 7.6, 2.5, $26.75. 50-cent pick 3, 117, $9.45. And the 50-cent pick 4, 2, 117, $14.50. Race 5 comes up next. It's the $50,000 guaranteed Ontario County Stakes for the 3-year-old New York bred colts and geldings. No scratches or rider changes here in the 5th. It also kicks off the 50-cent late pick 4. Race number 6, scratch the 8 Tamaki and the 9 Midnight Empress. Race 6, scratch the 8 and 9. Race 7, scratch the 3 I Got Busted. 7 Mortgage Rate and 8 Free Folk. Race 7, scratch the 3, 7, 8. And there are no changes in the 8th. Post time for race number 5 is in just over 21 minutes. Folks, don't forget to come out next Thursday, July 4th. Spend your Independence Day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack and help us celebrate Funny Side Tribute Day. That's right, a special Independence Day card. Thursday, July 4th. We'll be racing Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday next week after racing our normal Monday to Wednesday schedule this week. And next Thursday's a special day. It's not only Independence Day, but it is Funny Side Tribute Day here at Finger Lakes. There will be Funny Side t-shirt giveaway in the lower clubhouse. A meet and greet session with his Hall of Fame rider, Jose Santos, and Jack Knowlton, the operating manager of Sakatoga Stable, who owned Funny Side. You can get a commemorative Funny Side photo. Many of Funny Side's winning trophies will be on display here at Finger Lakes and will show all of his great wins in between our races. We'll also have a silent auction for some Funny Side memorabilia. In addition to the Funny Side activities, there'll be free Finger Lakes programs for all at both program locations. 2 how-to-bet seminars at 12:15 and 12:45 with one person at each seminar. Winning a $20 voucher just for attending. Last but not least, the Buttered Spuds are back, folks. That's right, Karuba's Delicious Chicken Barbecue returns. We'll be serving on the clubhouse side from noon until 5 p.m. You get half a chicken, coleslaw, those Buttered Spuds, and a dinner roll for $15 from noon to 5, weather permitting, on the clubhouse side. And I hate to say it, but it's while supplies last because we ran out on Memorial Day and I just had one. Come on out, 4th of July, one of my all-time favorites, the Great Funny Side. It's Funny Side Tribute Day on Independence Day, July 4th, next Thursday, right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
in the paddock for race number 5, and that was an easy win for Superb Surprise. Makes it 2 in a row to start off the season. Looked like, just from the stocky trip that he had, he was going to blow right by at any time. Flores wins 2 in a row, including the stakes race. That's 3 for Paul Barrow, including the 2 in a row with Jeremiah Flores. So they're both off to a pretty good start to this card. Well, this is our co-feature. It is the second stakes race of the day, the Ontario County Stakes. This is for the boys, the New York bred 3-year-old colts and geldings in the Ontario County Stakes, and it goes 6 furlongs. Right now, I probably could narrow this one down. Right now, the favorite on the board is the 3 Mischief Joke, one that does have a little bit of a class edge on most of these who haven't had any kind of stakes experience. Afgar did hit the board before in a stake, but Mischief Joke was here for the New York Breeders' Futurity last year, ran 3rd, a respectable 3rd, and then did have a stakes win in January. He won the Regal Park Stakes in New York. Ran a good second after that in the Damon Runyon, but didn't fire at all in the Mike Lee. That was on a sloppy racetrack. Going a little further, 7 furlongs. So shortens up a little bit to 6 furlongs here. Does have some speed outside of Stars and Stones, and does look like a strong player. Right now, 1 to 2. The other one getting play is the 2 Stars and Stones. And I figure these were the 2 that were going to get most of the action in this race, and it all depends on the pace flow. Does Mischief Joke kind of put the pressure on Stars and Stones early? Because if this one is let to set the pace, he could be dangerous. Now, he doesn't have much excuse in his last race. It was against older horses. Uncle George did have some past class, but he did give it up late in that race, going the same distance as today. So he may have to improve off of that effort to beat Mischief Joke, but could very well do so. He's been no worse than second in his 3 starts, and he did have that victory when he was lone speed. You wouldn't expect him to do 47 to the half in this race. That was going 5.5, but he would be the main danger to the big favor, Mischief Joke, and they're betting it as such because he's currently at odds of 4 to 1. The other 2, they can make an outside case for. Smile Takes Charge with Barrow and Flores, who won the Niagara Stakes early today. They're looking for 3 in a row. Smile Takes Charge does have some credentials. If he's out of Drosselmeyer, Smile is related to all the Smile horses who are stakes winners. This one broke his maiden in the first race over the track and did it convincingly. Mentioned the time. It was a good time for the day, 1:12 and change for a 2-year-old. So this one could step up. And, of course, these horses have been firing off the layoff. It is a tough ask to go into a stakes race off the layoff. But, if Mischief Joke or Stars and Stones don't have it, this is probably the other one to consider. Hey, Harry, another Bustin' Stones like Stars and Stones, adds blinkers for this race and shortens up after trying a mile. Interesting horse because the Dam was more of a turf horse. All 3 of her wins were on the turf. This horse has got some decent numbers, competitive numbers on the dirt in his career that he has a chance to hit the board in the Ontario County Stakes, which is our co-feature. It starts the late pick 4, Exacta Tri, Super, and Daily Double offered in this race.
The field for race 5, the $50,000 guaranteed Ontario County Stakes for 3-year-old New York breds is coming out onto the track. The one is Smile Takes Charge, owned by Francis Pelangeli, trained by Paul Barrow, looking for his 4th win of the day. Jockey Jeremias Flores looking for a natural triple. The 2 is Stars and Stones, owned by All in the Family Racing, trained by Michael Anthony Ferraro. Cabracoa rides. The 3 is Mischief Joke, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation. Parkland Thoroughbreds, Barry Fowler, and Angelo Carlissimo, trained by Mike Maker. Andre Worries in the saddle. The 4 is Hey Hey Harry, owned by Timothy Murphy, who also trains. Nazario Alvarado's in the saddle. The 5 is Alfgar, owned by Luann Bianchi and Rachel Sells, trained by Rachel Sells. Emmanuel De Diego's in the boot. And the 6 is Benji Brown, owned by Kathleen Babcock and David Brown, trained by Kathleen Babcock. Michael DeVilla Jr. rides. That's the field of 6. They're going to go 6 in the Ontario County Stakes, post time in just over 3 minutes. We start the late pick 4 here. Mischief Joke ships up from Saratoga, having raced just 15 days ago on the final day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival boutique meet up there. You know, this horse has a win in the Regal Park. It was his biggest speed figure, and on paper his best race to date, but I just think he took advantage of a sharp ride that day on the winner and a bad ride on the second place finisher, who came back to trounce him in the Damon Runyon. Antonio Venice came back to win another Stallion Series race. And I think his wet track form reverted to what it really is last time, when he didn't run 2 steps into Mike Lee and he finished last of 5. He has a race here at Finger Lakes. Guess what? It was in the slop. And he finished a distant 3rd right after breaking his maiden in the Breeders' Futurity. Fast ground. There's other speed in here. He's got plenty of targets to run at. I think Mischief Joke's going to be very, very tough in this Ontario County. For second, I went to one of the speed, Stars and Stones, for our leading trainer, Michael Anthony Ferraro. Chased the speedy Stewie around there first time out, then beat Older and finished second to Older, an old veteran in Uncle George. Finished a good second to him, just got tired late in the game. That was over a good sealed track. He's under the gun because he is the inside speed in here. And the 4, Hey Hey Harry, has a ton of early gas. He gets the blinkers back on after a failed attempt without them last time. This was a shrewd claim by Tim Murphy to 4, Hey Hey Harry. And he's going to be on or battling for the lead. Benji Brown has some speed to the outside as well. And even Smile Takes Charge. Listen, if Paul Barrow put a saddle on me, you'd have to give a closer look at this point, the day he's having. But I think Stars and Stones might be able to be part of the early mix, if not sitting second to Hey Hey Harry. And we'll see. And then I put Smile Takes Charge before the Barrow triple. 2 races, one at Saratoga, one at Aqueduct last year, shipped up here. First time Paul jogged, paid $33, and then he's off the layoff. Ambitious spot to come back. Paul Barrow wins at a very good rate with these layoff types, and the barn is going as good as can possibly be right now. He's hitting his 40%, and this horse is a square price at 10 to 1. 3, 2, 1. We'll see if Mischief Joke can add a second stakes win to his resume here in the Ontario County. Post times in a little over a minute. Best of luck if you're playing the late pick 4. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 5. The Ontario County Stakes is behind the gate, and it's post time. Smile Takes Charge goes in as Paul Barrow looks for his 4th training win. Jeremias Flores, 3 riding victories in a row. Stars and Stones goes up. Current second choice. Here's your odds-on favorite, Mischief Joke. The speedy Hey Hey Harry goes in. Here's the maiden Alfgar. Long shot Benji Brown completes the load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Benji Brown shows first to the inside. There's Stars and Stones. And between horses is the favorite Mischief Joke. Along the inside is Smiles Takes Charge. Then Alfgar in the trailer. Hey Hey Harry did not get off to the best of starts today. He's going to have to make up 10 lengths if he's going to win the Ontario County. Up front, Stars and Stones to the inside of Benji Brown. These two through an opening quarter of 23 seconds. Mischief Joke, Andre Worry guides him to the 3-path, and Mischief Joke launches his bid right now. Dropping back along the inside, his Smile Takes Charge, about to be passed by Alfgar. Hey Hey Harry's caught up. He still has a lot to do, and he got a lot to do because Mischief Joke just stormed to the lead. Mischief Joke, 3 parts, now a length. Stars and Stones trying to keep up. Alfgar coming with a 3-wide bid through a 46 3/2 off the turn into the stretch. Mischief Joke, Worry took a peek back, went to the left hand, and Mischief Joke opened up 3 past the 8th pole. It's all Mischief Joke here as he comes down to the 16th pole with a widening lead. Alfgar, clearly second best. Another big performance, Mischief Joke by 6. Then it was Alfgar, Stars and Stones, Hey Hey Harry. Final time for the Ontario County was 1:12:04. Number 3, Mischief Joke was first. 5, Alfgar second. 2, Stars and Stones third. 4, Hey Hey Harry finished 4th. Race 5 is official. Returning to the winner's circle is the winner of the Ontario County Stakes, the number 3 Mischief Joke. Mischief Joke's a 3-year-old son of Practical Joke. Out of the Distorted Humor mare, She's a Bit Distorted. The New York bred Mischief Joke is owned by Paradise Farms Corporation, Parkland Thoroughbreds, Barry Fowler, and Angelo Carlissimo. Trained by Mike Maker, winning rider 2 on the day for Andre Worry. $2 double 7-3, $9.20. $2 exact at 3-5, $10.80. 50-cent try, 3-5-2, 7 even. 10-cent super, 3-5, 2-4, $3.42. And the 50-cent pick 3, 173, $2.75. If you'll turn your attention to the winner's circle, a trophy presentation being made to the connections of Mischief Joke by our racing secretary, Jerry Richards, clerk of scales, Jack Keller, and director of racing, Todd Height. They're presenting the trophy to jockey Andre Worry, the pilot of your Ontario County Stakes winner, Mischief Joke. Race number 6 comes up next. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Scratch the 8, Tamaki, and the 9, Midnight Empress. Scratch the 8 and 9 from race 6. Post time in race for race 6 is in just over 20 minutes.
right, getting ready for race number 6. So we've had 2 stakes races today, and we had 2 impressive winners. That was Mischief Joke, making it look easy under Andre Worry for trainer Mike Maker. That one was the easiest kind of winner. I say that, but of course the filly was pretty impressive too in race number 3. So I think the value today in these stakes races have been for the second horses. Afgar, who has burned a little money as a maiden, was able to run big today to run second. Still a maiden, but ran a good second in the Ontario County Stakes. That was the one that added value to your exacta being the big favorite, Mischief Joke, who does not disappoint and won in a big way. 11-9 Claimer is the 6th, a never won 2 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. The short price on the board right now with Dulce Veloce, who comes off a maiden special weight victory. A little aggressive. I mean, doesn't drop to 5, but does drop, just move to a tag off of a maiden special weight victory. Normally, you move to face allowance horses, and that victory was the same distance as today. I mean, it's not like she's, like I said, 11-9 isn't a big step down or anything, but after the maiden special weight form that she's had, you would think that she has a good chance to come back and win here, although it might not be the most positive sign going against the 11-9s of being up for sale. But she does have an edge on these class-wise, and she's at odds of 3-5. The 4-horse is Blue Eyed Warrior. She was a heavy favorite in this condition last time, and it wasn't like she ran that badly. She just got caught at the wire by Sweet Sensation. Maybe the wide trip got to her in the late stages. That was running after running 4th against next style winners My Bronx Baby and Bustin' Time. Of course, Dorsal Dancer today in the stakes race. So it was a good race that she was coming out of when she faced allowance horses. She understandably got bet in that race, and she looked the best. I think the wide trip just maybe beat her at the wire going 5.5, but she won't be 2-5 today with the presence of Dulce Veloce, but she's certainly a player to be in the top 3, and she's at odds of 6-1. The inside speed, no question, is the one Special Pal. She'll try to lead them all the way. There isn't a lot of speed outside of her. She basically goes outside to inside from her last start in December, but she is off a layoff. You would expect her, I mean, we've seen these type win for Chris Engelhart, so it's just a question of the layoff, if she's sharp and fit enough to take her speed all the way, but at least it's only 5.5, and she'll have a chance to do so from that inside position. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 6. You got 8 minutes to post.
Field for race 6 is out on the track. The 1 is Special Pal with John Davila Jr. The 2 is Chassis with Jackie Davis. The 3 is Jessica's Race. Jeremiah Flores rides. Here's the 4, Blue Eyed Warrior with Emmanuel De Diego. The 5 is Miami Twofer. Anthony Rodriguez is in the saddle. The 6 is Dolce Veloce with Andre Worry. And the 7 is Dr. Gianelli. Nazario Alvarado rides. Scratch the 8, Tamaki. And the 9, Midnight Empress. Wow. I did not expect 2 to 5 on Dolce Veloce. I went to the 1 Special Pal. See if Dad could beat son here. The source comes back, Special Pal, from 1 try at the Big A. And it did not go well at all. And you know what? I'm not surprised. Not only because of the class relief here, but because of the wet track. This horse did not particularly run well on a wet track before going down Aqueduct, and she just did not fire at Aqueduct. I don't love the drop. I don't love just 4 works on the tab, spanning just about a month when Chris gets his horses going a little bit earlier. But the barn's winning at a good rate. This horse is inside. And the truth of the matter is, Dolce Veloce is probably a little bit better with a target. And if John Davila Jr., he's supposed to be on the lead with this horse today. She's the fastest filly in here. I know Blue Eyed Warrior was closer last time, and she broke her maiden on the front end. And Chassis has some races where she showed speed. They were going a mile. I mean, I would just tell John, and especially the way the track's playing today, I think you want to be forward. I would just tell John to put Special Pal on the front end, try and take him flag fall for that. So I like the 1 Special Pal. 6 Dolce Veloce, like I said. Also started a career at the Big A, claimed this horse from Hall of Famer Bill Mott, the Jeremiah Englehart. Dropped in for a tag after a couple of special weight tries, ran a decent second rather. Became a little bit of a key race. 3 fillies have come out of that race to win, including her. Jen Lu beat her up here. She was 3rd that day, and then she came back to just get up by a half length. That's what I mean. She wins the special weight, and I know it was a slow race, but you would think maybe 1 try in the A other end, but no, the drop right in for 11,000. So maybe it's just a drop to win, and maybe she'll just crop dust these, but I'm willing to find out against it 3 to 5. And then the 4 Blue Eyed Warrior, the second in here for Jeremiah, off the trainer change. This horse raced well last time, but failed as the 2 to 5 favorite. And I don't really like betting horses back at a short price that were a short price last time that failed. And to be completely honest, I think she's facing a tougher 11-2 life, leaps and bounds tougher. Same level, but this field is much, much tougher than the one she faced last time. 1-6-4 for me here in race 6. Best of luck. Final pick 3 today. Kicks off here in the 6th. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load in. Kick off the final pick 3 of the afternoon. Special Pal goes in. Here's Aqueduct Shipper Chassis. Jessica's Race at a big price. One of 2, trained by Jeremiah Englehart. Blue-Eyed Warrior. Another long shot. Miami Twofer goes in. Your odds-on favorite, Dolce Veloce. Dr. Gianelli's the last to load at another big price. They're in the gate. Acting up there, settle down. And they're off. Breaking a bit slowly there was Jessica's Race. No one really anxious for the lead, so from the inside there goes Special Pal. Special Pal takes the lead. Blue-Eyed Warrior about 3 parts of a length back in second. The favorite is 3 deep and ready to pounce. There is Dolce Veloce. It's a gap of 2.5 to Dr. Ali and Dr. Gianelli, who's in 4th. Then back in 5th is Miami Twofer. After the bit of a slow start there is Jessica's Race. And at the tail end is Chassis. Opening quarter in a contested 22-3. Here comes the favorite, Dolce Veloce, to the attack on Special Pal. Special Pal inside, Dolce Veloce outside. These two have opened up 3 on Blue-Eyed Warrior, who's in 3rd, off the turn and into the stretch. Special Pal trying to hold off Dolce Veloce. She's done so far. Special Pal getting away from Dolce Veloce now. It's Special Pal by a length and a half. Dolce Veloce keeps coming at her past the 16th pole. Special Pal and Dolce Veloce. Special Pal gonna do it here. 3 parts of a length. Then it was Dolce Veloce. Jessica's Race along for the Shodo over Chassis. Final time was 107 flat. 1, Special Pal was first. 6, Dolce Veloce second. 3, Jessica's Race third. 2, Chassis finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, Special Pal. 4-year-old daughter of 40 Tails out of the Crypto Clearance Mare. Waltz Me Matilda is a New York bred. Special Pal's owned by Preferred Pal Stable, trained by Chris Englehart. Winning rider, John Davila Jr., and it's official. $2 double 3-1, $10.40. $2 exacta 1-6, $9.50. 50-cent try, 163, $16.87. And the dime super, 1-6-3-2, $10.50. Race 7 comes up next. It kicks off the late double. Scratch the 3, I got busted. The 7, mortgage rate, and the 8, free folk. Here in race 7, scratch the 3, 7, and 8. And there are no scratches or jockey changes in race number 8, today's finale. Post time for the 7th and the start of the late double is in just over 21 minutes.
Getting ready for race number 7, and yeah, it turned into 2 horses. The Inside Speed Special Pal, Dulce Veloce, didn't really go after her, so she ended up testing her late and wasn't able to get by. Special Pal, big effort off the layoff, gets the victory. John Davila for trainer Chris Engelhardt. 7th race, an allowance event, never won 2 condition, going 5.5. And the last 2 races are probably more of the wide open ones. This one opened up with a scratch of the 3. I got busted. That one was going to be awfully tough in there as the speed. Now you got a lack of pace in here. You also scratched a 7 and 8. And you see how they're betting it. You got 4 horses all about the same odds. The only one that doesn't really play on paper is the 2, Al's Frosted. In a minute, it was the one that I leaned towards. Could have gone a couple different ways in this race, but in a minute, it's got a race on his paper that would easily beat these when he ran 2nd against optional claiming starters back on March 21st. Last race wasn't that good, but he might have gone too quick early against some pretty good rivals in a race that went in 117 at Belmont Aqueduct meet. But that 77 buyer that he produced, way better than anybody in this field if he can remember that race back on March 21st. He's a player. He's at odds of 5-2. The 1 horse is Skylar Starship, who's got every reason to improve off of the race, off the layoff. Now, this one ran 4th in that race behind a pretty sharp horse in Stewie. Pop Coyer's always 2nd. He was in some 3-year-old stakes races last year, so maybe needed in a race and goes the same distance here. Horse by Medelson, very well bred from the Red Hot Ferraro barn, who's the leading trainer along with Paul Barrow in the early part of the meet. The 4-horse Vaunted, more of an underneath type. This one will probably run in the top 3 as he normally does. He finished 3rd and 2nd his last 2 races. Another well-bred horse by Golden Sense. Got a Mendelssohn horse, the 1 horse, and a Golden Sense horse, the 4 horse. The one advantage he has is being a 4-year-old against a couple 3-year-olds in Skylar Starship in a minute. Room Pressure, also a 4-year-old, but Vaunted, probably a usable horse underneath. You got Room Pressure, who beat up on an easier field last time, defeating Maiden Special Weights. Was kind of a really soft group. You'll see that field in the last. You got Banker, Blaney, and Jaximus. The horse that were 2nd and 3rd will run in the 8th race, so maybe you could go to school in this race, see how good Room Pressure does, and they'll decide if you maybe like one of those horses in the last, if this one runs well against a little tougher competition today. Those are some of the contenders getting play here for the 7th race. We scratched a 3, 7, and 8.
The field for race 7's out on the track. The 1 is Skylar Starship with K. Bacoa. The 2 is Al's Frosted. Kevin Navarro rides. Scratch the 3, I got busted. The 4 is Vaunted with Emmanuel De Diego. The 5 is In a Minute with Luis Perez. And the 6 is Room Pressure with Jeremiah Flores. Scratch the 7, Mortgage Rate. The 8, Free Folk. Can Paul Barrow hit that proverbial Grand Slam? I mean, I can't even believe I said that. I'm disgusted with myself. I hate when people call it a Grand Slam in horse racing. It's not. The American Pharoah didn't win the Grand Slam when he won the Breeders' Cup Classic. It doesn't exist, folks. Room Pressure was good off the layoff last time, and that was an August layoff. That was almost nearly 10 months, and he just sat third and gobbled them up off the turn. And I would imagine he can do the same thing here. He is drawn right outside the only real speed in the race in a minute. I'm assuming that Paul's just going to tell Jeremiah Flores. They've already won 2 together today. Paul's looking for 4 on the day. Jeremiah's looking for 3. The other 2 were for Paul just to sit off the speed, make one run. Public must agree. He's bet down to 8-5. I went with the 6, Room Pressure. The 4, Vaunted. 6 checks and 13 career starts. Last 2, a couple of nice efforts since the claim down at the Big A. Brought up here for the allowance races. Ran behind Bustin' Away and Sharp Has. Both were daylight winners. Both came back to win again. So Vaunted kind of exiting key races. He gets an extra half a furlong today, 5.5 after a bad start last time when he was a well-beaten second. We'll see what kind of trip Vaunted could work out. And then along the rail, Skylar Starship Boy. At a time when the Michael Anthony Ferraro barn was winning everything in sight, this horse did not run 2 steps in his first start here at Finger Lakes off of a 7-month break, first time from Aqueduct in Saratoga and Belmont. I don't know what happened last time, but he was in contention. He dropped far back, and then he picked up some pieces very, very late in the game at 8-5. I mean, I don't know what happened last time. He is your co-third. This is wild, too. 3-5 to 2 shots and a 9-5 shot. I don't know what to do with him. I really don't know what to do with him. I put him third. I got him in the pick 6 ticket. But there's certainly a Jekyll and Hyde fact here. I know one thing. His only other start on a fast track, he beat Mischief Joke, who just won our Ontario County by the length of the stretch. So I had to use him just based off of that effort. 6-4-1 for me. Late double kicks off here. Best of luck in race 7. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Field for race 7's behind the gate. And it's post time as we kick off the late double. Skylar's Starship goes in first. Al's Frosted is next. Here's Vaunted. In a minute goes in. Last to load, your current favorite, Room Pressure. And Paul Barrow make it 4 on the day. They're in the gate. And they're off. Vaunted shows first. Down along the inside, there's Skylar's Starship in second, now rushing up to join Vaunted on the front end. In a minute's third, 3 wide, 4 deep. There is Room Pressure and about 3 lengths back to Al's Frosted, who trails the field early. They're mixing it up. Skylar's Starship and Vaunted go at it. 2.5 lengths back to the duo of Room Pressure, and in a minute through a blitzed first quarter in 22-1. It's a long way back to Al's Frosted, who is back in 5th. They're midway on the turn. Skylar's Starship and Vaunted, they're really still going at each other as they make their way to the top of the stretch. Room Pressure closing in now. Skylar's Starship, Vaunted, Room Pressure 3 deep. Half went in 46-2. Getting away there with Skylar's Starship. He spurted away. Room Pressure with dead aim if good enough. They're inside the 8th pole, heading to the 16th pole. And again, Skylar's Starship has another gear. He ran away from Room Pressure, and Skylar's Starship takes the 7th by 4.5. Then it was Room Pressure. Vaunted. Al's Frosted along for 4th in 105-3. Number 1, Skylar Starship was first. 6, Room Pressure second. 4, Vaunted third. 2, Al's Frosted fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, Skylar Starship. 3-year-old gelding by Mendelssohn out of the Simon Pure Mare Dorothy's Aurora. It's a New York bred. Skylar Starship's owned by SJB Stable, trained by Michael Anthony Ferraro, winning rider Cabercoa, and it's official. $2 double, couple of sticks, 1-1, 20.80. $2 exacta, 1-6, 24.80. 50-cent try, 164, $12 even. 10-cent super, 1642, $5.42. Race number 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, place, show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. No scratches or jockey changes in the 8th. Post time for the finale is in just over 23 minutes.
We're getting ready to run the last race on this Monday card. Pretty good card today. We had a couple big stakes events. We had pretty good performers. They were runaway winners of both of them. You had Sweet Brown Sugar winning the third race, which was the Niagara Stakes. She was a professional winner. And then the fifth race won by Mischief Joke for Mike Maker and Andre Worry. That one dominant winner as well. Both stars now and future stars. There's more to come for both of those horses. They were convincing winners. A big day for Paul Barrow and Jeremiah Flores. Paul Barrow already having the 3 wins on the card. Actually just ran a second with Room Pressure there, who probably got bet so hard because he's had such a good day. But it was Skylar Starship, who certainly was the class. Showed talent as a 2-year-old. Didn't show much in his first start. Probably needed that race. He certainly was the horse today, as he was a good-looking winner of the 7th. Kiberkoa for M. Anthony Ferraro. Last race, very competitive, maiden race going 6 furlongs. You see most of the early play on Jaximus. He took a lot of action last time and probably compromised by the start. He tried to make up that ground with an outside middle move, trying to chase after the pace. It was Room Pressure ran good, so it actually makes his race look that much better, because Room Pressure looked good with that second place finish in that 7th race. So that actually did make that race look that much more formidable, and Jaximus looks like a deserving favorite anyway at odds of 7-5 with a better start into the race early. The other speed looks to be from the inside banker Blaney, who actually took advantage of the Jaximus semi-slow start when that one broke outwardly and broke slow. See if with a better break going 6 furlongs might make it tougher for a horse like banker Blaney, who could improve off of his race as well. I did take a shot here. To me, it's a little more wide open than what they're betting. I know Jaximus is a deserving favorite, but what about Compute It, who brought in here by Ryerson last time, now in the hands of Beth Miller-Saul, ran a good third in a race that also looks better because of a horse running second today. I mean, King Cali had everything his own way, as the other speed didn't really go with that horse early, and he was able to go on with it. Alfgar, the horse that was second, came back and ran a good second today. I mean, you look at the second place finish that horse had in race number 5 behind Mischief Joke. You talk about Room Pressure making Jaximus's race look better. What about Alfgar's race making Compute It's race look that much better, especially when the pace didn't back up? See if he can repeat that effort or move forward from that race, drawing the inside. Look for him to run better than his 6-1 odds in here. And I thought he plays off of that race. Jaximus, deserving favor as mentioned, looks like the pressing speed, along with banker Blaney. Just needs a little better start. He's a strong player, obviously. Banker Blaney could be the inside speed. Now, if Jaximus doesn't go after him early, banker Blaney could be a tough one, because that was his first start off the layoff. Keep in mind, maybe he could move forward from that race. He was 28-1 last time. Don't expect it to be such big odds today. Right now, he's at odds of 9-2. Again, he looks like the inside speed of this race. The 5-horse, Uncle Kendrick, definitely plays in here off a couple top 4 finishes. He also comes out of the Jaximus race. He was a little bit wide in that race. I thought Jaximus might have got the worst of it, of the two. But his race before was better. I mean, his race going 5.5, finishing third to English Storm, that race puts him in the mix, and hard to leave him out as far as we're playing tries and super. Plus, he does an equipment change. He adds blinkers for this race. Of course, so does Rev Parker, long shot on the outside. So 7 minutes to post for the last race. Just a reminder, we're going to continue running Monday through Wednesday this week. Next live day will be tomorrow. We're going to keep that 1:15 post for the 3 days this week.
The field for race 8 is out on the track. The 1 is Compute It with Joel Cruz. The 2 is Holloway with Stephen Frett. The 3 is Banker Blaney. Luis Perez rides. The 4 is Croag Patrick with Kevin Navarro. The 5 is Uncle Kendrick with Heeman Harkey. The 6 is Support the Cat. Jackie Davis is in the saddle. The 7 is Hair on Fire with Jeremiah Flores. The 9 is Rev Parker with Kay Bracoa. And the 8 is Jaximus with John Davila Jr. A little over 4 minutes to post for the finale. I went off the reservation here. The 9 Rev Parker. A couple of times at Charlestown, forget those. 6-month layoff comes here. Memorial Day. Field of 6. Gold Templar runs out the screen. Fast time for 3/4. 112 and 2 for the maidens. Free Folk came back to win. Ducked out wide stretch. That's the DRF comment. Comes back 2 weeks later. Mile and 70. Good sealed track. Shows speed. Tires. Gets beat 7.5 lengths. Fractures gate tired. Cut back. Blinkers on. 3/4 again today. Cabracoa stays for Jim Aquilano, who's having a good start to the meet. This horse is 21 to 1. I don't know how this horse is this price. I have no clue how this horse is this price. The 8 Jaximus is your favorite. I get that he's the favorite. He flashed a little speed. He chased Banker Blaney last time. Tired as your 4 to 5 favorite. Gets an extra 16th of a mile today. Has that race from the February layoff. We'll see if he can improve. He's another one ducked out start. Last comment for him. We'll see if he improves and can behave himself a little bit better. And then the 5, Uncle Kendrick, like the top pick, Rev Parker, gets a pair of blinkers for the first time. 4th start of the year for Ronnie Breed Jr. Started the year with a 5th to Barfly and Gold Templar. Was a bit of a key race. He finished a good 3rd. Then he was no match last time. He was wide. The leaders, they went pretty fast, 22 and 2, 45 and 4 to get away from him there. Maybe in that little extra 16th of a mile helps his cause today. I don't put anything past the 7 Hair on Fire either. He'd be the 4th horse if he can break a little bit. I don't want to say better, but if he's just a little more into the game. Paul's horses are running really well. Barrow, 31% second off this type of layoff. So he's a square price too at 16 to 1. 985 with a little 7 from me. Best of luck. First post tomorrow, 1:15. PP's available about 6:30 tonight over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of our friends at Equibase. Best of luck here in the finale. See you tomorrow. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8's behind the gate. And it's post time. Set to load for the finale. Compute It goes in first. Holloway is next. Co-favorite Banker Blaney goes in, followed by long shot Croag Patrick. Uncle Kendrick goes up. Support the Cat goes in. Hair on Fire loads. Slight favorite now is Jacksomus. He goes in. Last to load is Rev Parker at a price. Don't forget, first post tomorrow, 1:15 p.m. They're in the gate. And they're off in the finale. Holloway off a bit slowly. There's Jacksomus, and Banker Blaney goes to the lead. Banker Blaney's in front. Jacksomus not going to let him get away with anything today. These two really going at it early on. They've opened up 4 lengths on Hair on Fire, who settled into third. Along the Rail is computed in fourth. Then we come back to Uncle Kendrick. Support the Cat is 2.5 lengths to the good of Holloway. From the back, Rev Parker. And then at the back of the pack, trailing the field, that's Croag Patrick. Jacksomus has put away Banker Blaney through an opening quarter, 22-1. They're really flying up front. Jacksomus, Banker Blaney trying to chase him down yet again. In the offing, Hair on Fire commences a rally. So too does Uncle Kendrick. The field makes their way to the top of the stretch, 46-1. The whip comes out on Jacksomus. Banker Blaney trying to get him again. Hair on Fire is coming down the center of the course, 3 wide, as well as Uncle Kendrick. They're in deep stretch. Jacksomus is almost home. Hair on Fire. Flores looking for 3. Barrow looking for 4. It's Jacksomus. Hair on Fire. There's no liar here. Hair on Fire to win the finale. Then it was Jacksomus' late rally from Rev Parker to round out the try in 114-1. Number 7, Hair on Fire was first. 8, Jacksomus second. 9, Rev Parker third. It's a photo for fourth. Number 1, Compute It, finished fourth. Making his way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 7, Hair on Fire. The 3-year-old gelding is a son of Flame Away, out of the War Deputy mare, Deputy Cures Blues. The New York bred Hair on Fire is owned by Bad Boy Racing LLC. It's the 4th win today for trainer Paul Barrow, 3 of them ridden by Jeremiah Flores, and it's official. $2 double, 1-7, 150, 150. $2 exacta, 7-8, 108 even. 50-cent try, 7-8-9, 203 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 7-8, 9-1, 384.35. 50-cent pick 3, 117, 73 and a quarter. 50-cent pick 4, 3117, 140.75. 50-cent pick 5, 73117, $402 and a quarter. Pick 6 was hit, 6 of 6, $1,332.50. 5 of 6, $15.10. That wraps up the live racing portion of the day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Please note the gaming portion of the building is open until 4 a.m. Racing resumes tomorrow with an 8-race card that starts at 1:15 p.m. Until then, on behalf of the staff, management, and broadcast team here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, congratulations to the connections of Sweet Brown Sugar, winner of our Niagara Stakes, and Mischief Joke, winner of the Ontario County Stakes. Until tomorrow, please arrive home, or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.